Testing? Testing? Okay. Testing? Okay. Hmm. Hmm. All right. Let's try this now. Let's try this now. Let's try this now. All right. Are we getting a little bit of audio fuzz?
Mic off.
All right. Are we getting a little bit of audio fuzz?
Mic off. Mic on.
Huh.
Mic on.
All right. Welcome everybody. How we all doing? Happy Sunday. Okay. Oh shit. I'll bring up the chat on my phone. That way I get to see all of your precious puns. Which I always appreciate. All right. Here we go. Ah, lag. Protoss. Does anybody remember what to fucking do against Protoss as Zerg? I feel like that's like the one matchup that I never really figured out. Roaches, probably. Roach Hydra. Even then, I always feel like it's still lost. What's up, Flow Trace? Congrats, by the way, FlowTrace, on getting affiliate. I saw that. Um, so, congrats, congrats, congrats. What's up, Smackin'? Hell yeah. Dude, this phone down there is like, that's sick as hell. I can actually see the chat while I'm fucking playing. This is efficient. So I got a couple things on my mind that we can talk about. But I'm thinking we just kind of get in the groove a little bit. You know, limit a little bit of audio issues maybe. Work out those kinks. I don't know if you can, if I sound good, if the game sounds good. Of course, you're going to hear my keyboard, but that's just inevitable. We can't do push to talk on StarCraft. That just wouldn't work. Unless there's a topic that somebody in the chat specifically wanted us to address, I will give my take. It will be the correct take as usual. There are objectively correct opinions. I think. Oh. One thing I kind of wanted to talk about, but I don't know if it's even going to be productive, is the whole Bud Light situation. I mean, that's... People really just pissed off that they sent a can to a trans person? Is that it? Oh boy. It's okay, got a queen. Huh. So, I don't think it's just like a visibility, I mean, it might be just like a visibility thing, but I think a big part of it is that, like, they see that as supporting a agenda, right? The agenda. And, you know, I guess customers can really, you know, on one hand do what they want, but I don't know, it just... Like, if they came out and they said, like, something like political, I don't know if just sponsoring Mulaney is political. Although, is this person only famous for being trans? That's like the other question as well, because if that's the case, then, you know, arguably, if we're being as charitable as possible. You already killed my Zerglings, that fucking bitch. Now, Hydras are good, right? They buff them. I remember when Hydras used to suck so bad. I remember when Hydras used to suck so fucking bad that literally nobody could use them if they wanted to. It was just impossible. He would just die. So slow. And the DPS was like high, but like a Marine with stem was just had such a higher DPS per cost. I forget what it was. And then of course, then they also were fast, and they also had medevacs. So what's the... This guy paused it. How polite do we want to be? We're streaming, so we gotta be nice, right? We don't want to come across like a dick. But yeah, I mean, the I'm curious. I think the real curiosity now is, you know, now that this happened with Mulaney, I mean, there was like a pretty significant reaction in terms of my understanding is they lost a couple billion in market cap. Now it's a huge company, so as a percentage, it's not that much. The percentage is really not that much, but like, um, it's still money, and it's still a lot more than they brought in by sponsoring that person. So then the question is going to be like, is this going to be, our company's going to be a lot more, I'm building too many drones. Company's going to be a lot safer. Like, we're not going to, we have no information. We're going to scout. Now, the great thing about queens, though, is they're sort of like, they can sort of help you not need as much information if you want to play real greedy, like I do. I love playing greedy. Especially because, let's see what we got here. Immortal. Ooh, Dark Shrine. Yep. Okay. Well, I lost that. But at least we're not gonna die. Dark Templar really have not been in vogue lately. And my creep is also... I'll be honest, you guys have to bear with me as I get my bearings again. It has been a while since I played this game, especially competitively. Oh, an Archon. Okay. 2 Archons. I don't think I can kill that. At least not yet. You think I can? Nope. Uh-huh. Gotcha. I know what he's up to. I don't know how effective that's going to be, though. Yeah. So that threat's gone. And that is a substantial amount of resources, but he did kill 1 base, so I'm already a little bit behind. But that's okay. Ooh. Oh, you miscalculated that, buddy. Nice. Ooh. Now, there's some drones here. I don't know why. And those immortals are going to be a pain. I think I should need some infestors, right? Hopefully they're still good. Now, even with the immortals, you want the roaches up first, because zealots just burn through hydralisks. But they don't burn through roaches in the same way. Nope. I think I win this battle, probably. And maybe. Well, the zealots are gone. And then there goes those. Oh boy. Okay, now is he gonna flood zealots now? Is that the plan? And G. Oh. Okay. Hmm. I don't know why that was GG. I mean, there was definitely a rush, but it's a rush on 3 bases. And okay. Units lost. I'm guessing I'm a little bit. Yeah, I'm ahead. So he's not ahead. Hey, he didn't kill this base. And so I'm at 4, but 4 versus 3. And he's sitting on 2,000 minerals and 1,500 gas. I think he could have played that out. Throw down a robotics bay. Get the Colossus with the big ass lances, the long range. Especially if I'm going to be going Roach Hydra. Those are still good, right? I don't fucking know. You already had T3 with the Archons, so let's go again. I mean, I misplayed a whole bunch of things in that one. I should have scouted much earlier. If I had scouted much earlier, I would have been able to stop the Dark Templars immediately before they took that third base. I would have had that third base saturated. He would have lost the Dark Templar, so he wouldn't have had the Archons to even harass. He lost those anyway, but the fact that he would have lost those earlier would have been just... I mean, he probably would have GG'd right then. We could have saved a lot of time, but... And then, of course, not only that, but just general macro needs to improve. All right. Like I said, this is pretty relaxed. It is Sunday. Something about Jesus telling us not to work or something. So, we do, if anybody has questions or suggestions on a topic, feel free to bring it up in chat. Or you can go ahead and call in to the Discord and come chat if you have any within TOS thoughts that you want to share with the class. And we want to do that right away because of the Reapers that they usually send. Okay. And then we're going to have all the mins saturated shortly. Perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. And then Nexus. I don't think the Terran has any... I mean, other than just something ridiculous like a Reaper Rush or something, I don't know if they have any, like, particularly good rushes against Protoss, do they? There's an SCV. Oh, we want to get a Cyber Core. That's late. We should have done that instead of the other gas, but... And we don't want to do the fucking speed up thing yet, because we're going to get supply blocked if we do that. So we're going to save up the energy. Then as soon as the Cybercore comes, we're immediately warping in an Adept. And we're also going to go ahead and warp that in. Adept. And then that. And then that. And then that. Very good. Very good. And Stalker. This is a great start so far. So if I die, it's probably to bullshit. We are now moderately protected against Reapers. I saw an SCP around here. And then we want the Stalker to go down there. There we go. What's up, Aiko? Ask me. Ask away. I love questions. I'm a question kind of person. Wait, we usually do Templar. Alright. Yeah, we don't target too much. Let's do this. And then F, and then F. Control. And then we're gonna get then we're gonna need a lot more gateways, so we gotta work on that. And again, we're doing a terrible job at scouting. So we're gonna go ahead and send that up. Not enough this, not enough that. These people are lazy. They're probably leftists, you know what I'm talking about? They're not working. They're not doing work. Bunker. Okay, so he's going Eco 2. How is Alex Holmes able to stave off payments owed to Stanley? Hook victims disabled. How is he able to keep his business running? So, basically the process is when you get a judgment, you have to go and enforce that judgment, and that's through the law enforcement in your area. And my guess is it has something to do with the fact that the judgment was against him as a person, I'm pretty sure, and all of his assets are in InfoWars. Either that or it's the other way around, where the judgment was against InfoWars and then he's keeping it somewhere else. I'd bet that's what it is. That's what I would do. I did see him debate Destiny. Boom, boom. Okay. That's what it. I mean, and by the way, I think that that Sandy Hook judgment was fucking insane. The fact that I think I'm just lose. Uh-oh. We need some Archons. We do not have enough gateways. That was the problem. Yep. Alright. We are in decent shape, actually, for what that was. Because I got another Nexus coming up, and we didn't have enough drones to saturate it anyway. So, we're just going to move the drones over there. Okay. And then I will read the questions in chat soon. Just a second, I promise. And then we're getting a lot more of those. And Nexus. Okay. If I had a contractor fail to repair my home and then I pay someone else to fix it and sell the home, do I lose my vested interest to sue the contractor? No, I don't think so. If the contractor was paid to do a service they didn't do, all you have to do is, I mean, if the evidence, you should keep the evidence that, hey, they, you know, I paid them, we agreed to do this, and they didn't do it. So they owe me that much money. It doesn't matter if you sell the house or not. I don't see why it would. Presume. God, fuck you. And then we just gotta move back over here. Have you heard differently? Did somebody, like, not do shit and then it's like, oh, you can't sue me now, you sold the house? 'Cause that wouldn't make any sense. Could you pay me in bits? Sure, why not? That's a redeemable for U.S. currency, right? I think that'd be legal. Wait a minute. Let me think for a second. I'll need to check to see if that's even legal. I think it is. I'm like 99% sure it's totally fine. Okay, and we got Storm. So now he's in trouble. Lawyer told me mom she was going to sell the home. Yeah, dude, if the dude fucked up and you already had a lawyer tell you like to sue this asshole, then that's what I would do. I mean, it sounds like you've already consulted a lawyer. He basically said what I said, which is, you know, you had the agreement with this guy and he didn't do the job, so you can sue him. That's what I would recommend. And then if I'm not mistaken, he's probably getting ghosts right now. And that means we want a robotics bay. The reason being, ghosts can cloak. Oh boy. And the lawyer said that you can't sue if you sell the house? That just doesn't make any sense. Is the argument that that must have been a very weird... Did he have a very specific contract with that builder? With that contractor? Because if there was like a very specific thing that said like, you only can do this if you, blah blah blah, then maybe. But I've never seen that before. Doesn't make any sense. If your state sucks, that could be it too. If you live in like California or New York, the laws in your states are just fucking messed up to hell and back, dude. Unironically. Okay. So really the only thing we're missing here is just more zealots. So we need more zealots. I would consult a different attorney if I were you. If there's a specific clause in your contract that basically says you can't, then you're potentially shit out of luck. But there's no harm in going to a different lawyer and saying, hey guy, we agreed to this. Why is it that like all of a sudden, just because I sold the house, I can't? Right? Doesn't make any sense. Oh boy. So we're getting to the point soon where I'm just gonna try to kill him because he's on the offensive. There's a watchtower here though.
Give us your command. Let your will. Yes, executor.
Ooh, that's not good.
Naja.
Upgrade complete. Adon. You must construct additional pylons. Twilight for hire. Command.
Come. Where?
You must construct additional pylons.
Then you go to there. Social conduct between men and women and men being friend zoned, still being expected to provide physical. um. Hmm. I. So I mean this in like the least feminist way possible. I think a big part of that is actually just like problem with men. Ooh.
Our pylon is under attack. Mineral field depleted. Unacceptable command. We have twilight for hire. Mineral field depleted.
I think I came out ahead.
Is under attack.
Okay. Oh, of course. Okay, we gotta do damage now.
Mineral field depleted.
Oh, great.
Mineral field depleted.
I think we win now. So I'm gonna give the real answer to the incel question in just a second. Okay. Oh, okay. Why is it a man problem? Well, think about this in this way. One of the reasons why people have such high expectations is due to experience. If I have a experience where, okay, my friends are all really nice to me, and all my friends, they, you know, the friend zone, right? They get me stuff. They do what I want. They laugh at my jokes even when they're not funny. They do this, they do that. What you begin to see is people's expectations begin to become unrealistic. It would be very similar to a restaurant in which you could just verbally abuse the staff, right? This kind of culture where we can just be complete assholes to people for really no reason. You're going to see people start to become assholes to people because that's the expectation that you've set, right? You've set the expectation that that people behave in certain ways. I think it is incumbent, actually, on you and me and everybody else to do better at setting realistic expectations and solidifying self-confidence, right? So if someone's being if someone's not behaving in the way you want them to, if someone's behaving like in an entitled kind of way, they're expecting you to do this for them, they're expecting you to like be protection, they're doing these things, um, you really need to stand up for yourself, right? I mean, that's the ultimate way of establishing independence, to be able to say no, sorry. Um, no, sorry, right? Like, oh, I'm sorry, I'm busy. Oh, I sorry, like this is not something I'm interested in doing. Um, Absent some kind of like relationship. So when you say there's like a social contract between men and women, and men being friend zone and expected to provide physical protection, I don't know. I think that you should be that like whenever you're stronger, whenever you're physically capable, and these people are your friends, you should provide physical protection. Um, with great power comes great responsibility. So, and it's just going to work out, 9 times out of 10 that, the women friends that you're with, you're going to be probably 9.9999999 times out of 10, sorry. When you're with your women friends, you're going to be stronger than them if you're a man. It's just how it works. Um, but I mean, if I had a friend of mine, let's say he was a guy, but he had like, muscular dystrophy or something, right? He had some kind of like issue where he was not muscularly developed, or not like, somebody who wasn't trained with firearms, or somebody who just wasn't able to defend themselves. I would protect them if they were my friend, really regardless of the gender, right? It could be a woman, it could be a man.
It could be
So
a them.
it could be a them. What's up, Ron?
Hey,
It
sorry.
could be that.
I was listening to your conversation, but then a commercial came up, so I was like, fuck it, I'll just watch it live.
Yeah, well, we'll hear your. I want to hear your thoughts on this in just a second,
Yeah,
but
take your time.
yeah, no, but hold on, let me adjust the volume. I had it too high. But generally speaking, right? So I think you should be able to, or you should have, you should work to, Jordan Peterson kind of says this a little bit, right? You should work to, put more responsibility in yourself by expanding your competence, right? By becoming somebody that the people in your life can depend on. I think that's an important thing. So, um, I think that you have a responsibility to protect your weaker friends. And when you're with women, that's just going to be biologically the case most of the time. But I mean, if you're talking about, so there's that aspect, and that's what I think is like, that's the prescription I want people to stick to. But kind of going back to what I was saying before, like maybe not for physical protection, but maybe for like other expectations of like, I'm trying to think of like the friend zone kind of guy who, is really breaking his back for this woman who just really is not interested in him. I think that he's at fault there because he's feeding into it, right? He's not setting the expectation of, I'm not going to like buy you food all the time. I'm not going to drive you everywhere because I have my own life. I'm sorry, right? I'm busy. I'm busy doing other things. And as soon as you start cutting off that expectation, you're going to live a better life. So that's a better way of putting it. And I wasn't saying it correctly because I was too busy crushing this guy in StarCraft 2. Just absolutely. I'm kidding.
Sure.
Do I think that men in society in general have a duty to protect the general women? I think anybody in society who's stronger has a duty to protect people who are weaker from harm. And the reality is that like I said, 99% of the time, the men are going to be stronger than the women due to biological reasons. And for that reason alone, I think in effect, really, there is a responsibility in men to protect women. But it's not just because it's men and women. It's because, the strong should protect the weak. In this case, physically, right?
Yeah, like I think you and I had a conversation about responsibility a while back.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember? Do you remember like
I don't
what I
remember all of our
said?
conversations. We talk
Oh,
a
how dare
lot.
you?
I know.
That's true. That's fair. No, I mean, for me, I sort of think of responsibility as like the person having the power to be able to do anything at all. Like, I think one example I gave was like let's say you're in a restaurant and you're the only person who knows CPR. Someone's choking.
Mm-hmm.
Like you have the responsibility to perform CPR
Right.
because like you're the only one who can do it. But then there's something different, like obligation, right? Where it's like, okay, what if the person choking is like Adolf Hitler? Like, do you really like? Yeah, technically, you have the responsibility to save Adolf Hitler, but like, do you have the obligation? Not really.
So one of the questions: do the strong have a moral obligation to the weak? I think so. I think that
They have a responsibility for sure.
yeah, I don't know. It depends how you're using the word obligation. I think that like you have a responsibility in the sense of like, you know, my whole framework is to try to protect rights as much as possible, right? Maximize consent. Reduce as much as possible people harming people against their consent, people infringing upon the rights of others. And so given that, right, if you are in the time and place to prevent somebody from hurting another person, to prevent, you know, a
Harm.
consensual harm, and you can stop it with like, you know, relative ease or relative ability.
Yeah, how do you not have the responsibility in that case?
I think you should. I think it's a good thing for you to do so, and it's something that I want to encourage. Am I gonna?
Well, you should sort of act on your responsibilities, right? Like you
Yeah, yeah, but I'm not gonna. I don't know if I'm gonna punish somebody for not doing it, right?
should. Yeah.
Like if some guy is like, you know, let's say, oh, this guy's a dick right here. If some guy like, you know, backs away from a fight, or you know, if his girl's like getting threatened, or somebody weaker than him is getting threatened, and he like runs away because he's a coward. I'm not gonna like punish this person, put them in jail or nothing, but I'm okay socially shaming this person and being like, dude, what
Well, hold on. Isn't
you
that the
think?
same thing as punishing them? Like they're worthy of some sort of punishment, just not legal.
Right. So I guess legal punishment is what I'm talking about, because legal punishment in of itself is a coercion. Right.
I think it's a little fucked. Like if okay, this dude's friend zoned by some girl, some guy like aggresses upon her.
Okay.
Uh, it's almost a little weird for him to get into a fight with this person. You know what I mean?
It depends, dude. If some guy's like attacking her.
So, like physically attacking her. Oh,
Yeah. Yeah.
I thought you were just sort of like, you know, like just being rude.
No. No. Nobody should ever attack somebody for just being rude.
Physically attacking her, like it's no different from like if you had like a friend who was just like shorter than you. You know what I mean? If you have a friend who's like smaller
Yeah.
than you, like you're
Yeah.
kind of cowardly running away.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. And I wouldn't. I mean, the reason gender applies here is just because of a
Bone density.
it's because of a happenstance, right? There's a happenstance of biology.
Yeah.
That I think
Yeah.
is that puts an incumbents of responsibility.
But also, if you hate this person, but you're just trying to get in their pants, you know, feel free to run away.
Oh my! People should not do that. That's.
I don't know. Like, listen, sometimes like you gotta escape the simpery.
Well, hold on. A big part of that, I think men just need to develop more self-respect, right? I mean, you would
Yeah.
solve almost all the problems, like with OnlyFans and all these.
Yeah. The male female friendships thing that you were talking about, that was actually, I was like, oh, it's like okay, I'm like interested in this topic.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think they can be friends? Like, do you think men and women can be?
Yes, 100%. That's like I think that anybody who, that's like one thing that I don't agree with, like with the red pillars, where they're like,
Yeah.
listen, there is no reason why. It's like, why not? It's not like, I mean, they're humans. It's not like I don't know.
What if one person has an attraction to the other?
It could be hard then.
It'd be hard.
Oh.
It's hard. It's possible.
Oh my god. Oh, I thought you were doing a pun. But yeah, it would be
No.
it would be difficult at that point, I think. Well, because
Yeah.
you have one person who, oh boy, this is not good. You got one person who wants things to go further than the other person wants to go, and I mean that's just like a recipe for disaster, right?
Yeah. Um, how do you prevent the disaster?
Put distance.
Distance? Yeah, I feel like that's like just the ultimate answer. It's just like spend some time away from each other.
Yep.
Hmm. What do you think of the idea of like women having a talk with men who they think like have feelings for them, but like they don't reciprocate? What do you think about them like initiating a conversation?
About like initiating conversation about what? About like, hey, I'm not into
Not
you.
like I think you're attracted to me and I just want to be friends.
Oh God, that'd be so awkward, especially if
It's
she's
so
wrong.
awkward. It's so awkward. Yeah.
Cause like, what if she's wrong? What if it's
Yeah.
like, what if he's like, actually, I'm not interested at all.
Or what if he just lies?
Oh yeah, yeah. Cause who's gonna fucking admit?
Oh, I don't know. I could see some people being like, "Hey, yeah, like I do think it's getting in the way of our friendship. Like, I don't know. What do you think we should do?" Like, there could be someone like that. Um,
It's theoretically
but
possible.
like, you see how like low expectations of men that we have in this implied statement. Like, we don't think men can handle this conversation.
Well, I also like, I just think there's like such a a potential for um, like mistaken, right? Mistaken intention of like, if you're just being nice. I mean, how many times does that happen where like you're being nice to somebody and like, and again, a big part of this is because yeah, a lot of people do this, but like you're being nice to somebody and then you're not actually interested at all. But now this other person just assumes that you're interested, and now it's like an awkward situation.
Well, if she's just like blatantly assuming, like the worst thing that happens is that like she's embarrassed and feels like a narcissist, right? Like that's like the worst case scenario of that situation. Like maybe things get like a little awkward. It's like, okay, that was really presumptuous. Like maybe I might think less of you if I truly didn't have feelings. But if I did have feelings, like that conversation goes a completely different way. Either I lie, in which case that's really fucking awkward. But it's awkward. But like at that point, like I can't act on those feelings. I had my chance to like tell you, and like you didn't do it, or I didn't do it. You know what I mean?
Right.
And if they say yes, well, then that's like a perfect opportunity to be like, okay, well, I don't feel this way. Do we still want to be friends?
And so, are you talking about just in terms of like, I think there's like a way to do it, right? So like, if
Hmm.
she is like, hey, are you interested in me at all, right?
Yeah,
I think that's like a better way of doing it because it's not like assuming. But if she's like, hey, I think you're into me and I'm just not into you, like that's not the best way, I think, to
yeah. I
handle
mean,
the
obviously, it
situation.
should be a bit more subtle. Like, hey, like I sort of suspect that you might have feelings for me. Am I wrong? Or yeah, like something like there's ways to like do it politely.
Right.
But like in principle, should it be done? Should it be done, or should it be
Yeah.
expected to be done?
I think that's fine.
Hmm.
I think if you want to like be straightforward and honest with somebody, and I would say like, guys, you can do that too. You should do that too.
Yeah. Like I've had a ton of like friends who I've had feelings for, and I've had all sorts of different responses. I've had responses where they were like, "Hey, I appreciate the feelings, but just don't feel the same way,"
Yeah,
and
why
like
are
we're still
you?
friends to this day. And then I've had other people where it's like, "This makes me feel really uncomfortable. I don't think we can be friends anymore." It's like,
Oof.
oh,
Yeah.
so it's like and like people who I'm really good friends with, or people who I was really good friends with, and it makes me like very sad. Um, I'm just wondering, like, what's the best way to prevent that kind of disconnect, that like second response, and like how do we maximize that first response? Because that's probably like the best one, right?
So
Where you just go,
the best way is reading body language, which is also one of the hardest ways for some people. But
oh,
like,
it's so hard. Like, oh god, I'm terrible at reading body language. I'm
that's
just genuinely awful
that's
at
the
it.
best
Yeah.
way, right? So like, you like look for hints. You like look if she's playing with her hair a lot when she's talking to you. That's probably something. If they are they friends? If the man hold the position the woman asked him for? Okay.
What was the comment?
I don't understand some of these questions.
These questions are crazy.
Okay, we're gonna push out now.
I don't know.
How do you handle
does-
those situations?
How do I handle the situation? I cry. I cry like a little bitch, and then I get depressed for a year. Like, that's
Damn.
how I handle those situations. Like,
Huh. That might not be the healthiest way to handle the situation.
it's not. It's really damaging.
Oh God.
But no, I mean, I don't know. Like, you gotta like, if the person like continues to be friends with me, I'm just like, okay, we're done. Not gonna try anything. Like, maybe we'll have some like slightly like subtle flirtatious moments here and there, but like for the most part, like this is not an avenue to pursue. And like I've typically been like fine. But sometimes like I either like missed a hint or I just miscommunicated like my feelings or something. Like something just goes wrong. I wouldn't say that's like most of the time. I would say like it's about like 2/3 of the time I'll like remain friends, and like 1/3 of the time I'll like lose them.
In my experience, it's always like, oh, don't worry, we'll be friends, and then it doesn't. Yeah, and then it just doesn't happen, which is okay, right? Everyone's gotta have their own their boundaries. But
Yeah.
that's normally what happens.
Like dude, I don't know.
Did this just happen recently to you? Is that why this is coming out?
Oh yeah, that's no, I wouldn't say recently. This happened like a while ago.
Okay, let's see here.
Yeah, I remember hearing like Destiny talk about like what's shitty about being friend zoned. It's not like the fact that you're not getting your dick wet. It's that like you think you're building towards like an intimate relationship,
You're right.
and it turns out you're not.
Well, also, like, men are often judged by how, like, attractive, by how many sexual partners they can get, and like how much women want them, and so, again, kind of an external locus of self-confidence as opposed to an internal locus of self-confidence, which I think is a problem.
But the funny thing about the friend zone is that like that's not done strictly for looks. Like if we're friends, like I'm hanging out with you not just because you're hot, but also because I can like tolerate being around you.
For sure. So I got a couple questions here. I want to ask your opinion on this, Roan, because this is our boy Coconut here has got a great question. Are they friends if the man hold the position that if the woman asked him for sex, he would give it to her? What's your answer to that?
If the man hold the position, but if the woman asks, so like someone who gets like fuck zoned.
I'm not fully sure.
So like two men,
basically are they friends if I think
so like, a man doesn't have feelings for this girl. She has feelings for him.
No.
He's down to fuck.
No, that's not what I'm thinking.
Oh, okay.
What I think this question is asking is, are they really friends if like the moment she's like, fuck me, he's like, yes, I'll do it, right? Are they really friends at that point?
Are they?
Or is there like, you know, kind of like a one-sided kind of relationship going on there?
It's one-sided in a sexual dynamic. And depending on the level of simpery, it could be one-sided in the friendship dynamic. But like there are some weird ways in which like guys will take advantage of friendships.
I don't think we can say that word, by the way.
Take advantage.
No, the S word. Just so you know. I
So,
know.
Really?
Yeah, I know. It's
Really?
Yeah, it's
They
fine.
just the language.
Welcome.
Man, the left.
I'm telling you, your side, your
Wokeism is
people.
ruining the comedy.
It's your people who are doing this. It's
They're
not
not my people.
It's not my people. It's not my people are
We're
all
not
about.
mine. I am the anti-communist side.
Oh, good. All right,
Okay.
good. And so then Nair Socks made a comment that I think is what this is. Which basically, female friends are fuck buddies in waiting, right? That's what. That's one.
Sometimes
That's
it's definitely how a lot of people view it.
Okay. That's why I want to clarify my answer. When I'm saying they can be friends, I definitely think that you can be friends with somebody of the other gender without it being weird. I think a lot of people make it weird. when they don't have to. I think a lot of people are are just like the only reason they're friends is because they're trying to get in their pants. And I think that is kind of the ultimate test. The test would be what was said by Coconut, which is like, if she asks, is he just going for it?
Command center up.
If no, then I think it's probably like a pretty genuine relationship. If yes,
If he says no, yes. Like if he says no, that's like confirmation that like, oh, this is a friendship.
yeah,
If
this
he
is
says
actually a
yes,
friendship.
there's like the probability that it's not.
And then if we flip it though, like if we flip it to where like if he asks, but okay, hold on. I feel like this is a little bit like double-sided though, because if he asks, then it's also going to be assumed that like he's the one into her. And then if he gets asked, it's also been assumed that he's the one into her.
Yeah, see, that's well, the thing is that
Yeah.
like I'm sorry, but like guys are just into their friend. Like heterosexual guys are just into their female friends. Like they are.
Not
unless-
always. Not always.
Well, no, I would argue. Like I've known some people in my life who really do like this guy, this one guy, who has like this friend who's never had any feelings for it. I'm not gonna lie, it's just not like unattractive. Like I'm like shocked. I'm like shocked at how close they are. It's weird, but I also suspect that he might be a little asexual. Maybe I don't know for sure.
Center upgrade complete.
Well, so are you saying that like all heterosexual men are just like these animals? Oh,
No. I think that there's a reasonable amount of effort a man could put in to have a genuine friendship, but it takes effort. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it takes some amount of effort to just be like, no, we're not gonna go down this line of thinking. Like, you know what I mean? Like, there's gravity towards.
I would
that
agree
deep.
with you
Yeah.
more often than the inverse, but that's also because of, again, biological differences between men and women in
Yeah.
terms of
There's.
higher sex drive on average.
I
It's not
don't
an
know.
excuse. That's not an excuse. I think
It's not
that
an
like
excuse. No.
Required.
they should still
Additional supply depots required.
men should still have control over that. I think that's important.
Yes, but I don't know. I think there needs to be some sort of avenue where, because there's just wanting to fuck, right? Like there's that, and that is like an instinct that you can just like go home and jerk off, like
Uh-huh.
like that's not the worst thing in the world to like have a handle over. But
Oh my god. Maybe like the emotions do make it more difficult.
but
yeah.
yes, it's when you find that person, you're like, oh my god, I can.
She's
I- I-
perfect.
I think I could spend the rest of my life with him. Oh my god. Oh.
Yeah.
Like, you know, it's like that when your brain gets just consumed by that line of thinking, it's over. Like unless something happens to. What I'll notice is that before I, you know, make my feelings known, is that like a month or two before, like I'm losing it. Like I'm like, I don't know, I'm just acting a little too friendly. Like this is getting kind of weird. Like I'm uncomfortable by the way I'm acting sometimes.
Jesus. You know
Like
you're
I mean,
doing
I'm not like I haven't done. I'm not.
I
like,
know.
It's not like going overboard. It's
Right,
like,
right.
like, oh, I'll touch her arm, and then she'll pull away, and I'm like, ooh, that's a bad move. Like, you know what I mean? Like stuff like it's like small,
no.
like subtle stuff like that.
Oh no. Yeah.
And like and because you're so fucking, your brain is so poisoned, you're just like, well, maybe she just turned away because she was cold. Like, you know, like you come up with all these stupid fucking answers for like what is obvious, like some kind of communication, and like, hey, feels way, come on.
Right, because you really, really want it to be the
Yes,
case.
and your
Yeah.
brain is just like, turn all that up. No, it's fine. This is fine. Keep going. It's like, are you sure?
Right.
I don't know. Testosterone is stupid. Testosterone is so stupid.
Very true.
But I think I don't know. I don't think this always has to lead to like, and I know it doesn't. Like I know for a fact that it doesn't lead to like the end of friendships all the time.
Yeah, and it
Just
shouldn't.
like that.
It shouldn't if you're able to do that emotionally, right? Because I mean, this person could be fuck this guy. I mean, this person could be like a really good friend. Why would you want to?
No, that's the thing. Yeah, like I thought that like if I had sort of just like okay, just this, get it out in the open, and then she's gonna say no, and we're gonna be friends. It's gonna be fine. And then it's like, oh, didn't go that way. Okay, big mistake.
I mean, there's also like a respectful way of handling it. Like,
Yes, and I.
you know, I've turned down people in the past, and you know, you just gotta be nice because you have to like be cognizant of the fact that like this person is like, you know, it's a very difficult position to to be in.
Yeah. Like it's hard to be like empathetic of the person doing the rejecting when you're the rejected. Like it's hard to be like, oh, okay, well this is probably hard for them too.
It's difficult, but if they handle it like in a terrible way, then you know, I think it's fine to like think that's shitty. So like if they are like, ew, no, which I mean, it's like Jesus, calm down.
Which she wasn't.
Well, I'm not saying in this case that she did. I'm just saying.
No.
Or like make fun of somebody for being rejected or something, and it's like, ooh.
Yeah, like I don't think anyone wants to even go that road unless they're like really disgusted by somebody.
Mhm.
No. Instead, what happens is that like I got like I did not handle the rejection very well. I'll admit.
Sure. What'd you do? What'd you do?
Oh my god, I did the whole. You know how Destiny complains about like, oh, do you do the thing where like, are you attracted to me? Do you like?
What?
I did that. It was so bad.
Wait, what'd you do? Say it.
I did the thing where you're like, are you attracted to me? Wait, do you know what I'm saying, or am I mumbling?
So you're saying you asked if she was attracted to you?
Like, yeah. Oh god, yes.
What's
like
wrong
when
with
you say
that?
it out loud like that, it's so embarrassing.
Why is it embarrassing? I'm confused.
No, it's cringe. It's cringe. It's like the most like.
Why is that cringe?
Because it shows like a lack of like security in your own attractiveness.
Oh wait. Did you ask after the rejection?
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah, it was so bad, dude. Oh my god. Like yeah.
I hear ya. So it's not like a situation of like this is you asking her out. This is after the but like, do you find me attractive?
Yeah, I was like,
yeah.
okay,
Okay, gotcha.
Maybe the air's clear now. Like everything's out in the open. I don't know. You just feel so vulnerable after getting rejected.
Gotcha.
I
can see how that you could find that like a little bit.
No, it was bad. It was bad.
Because like what if the answer is like yeah, I don't find you attractive at all. Like what would be the response to that?
Like, I don't know. It's like it would just be like a. You're right. Like there's no end goal to that statement. It's like oh well, you think I'm attractive? Well, do you want to give me a shot? Like it's not gonna lead there. Obviously, it's gonna lead to being like oh okay. like there's no. Like that's actually where it goes.
I don't see that question working out. And I mean, it could be any reason that somebody rejects anybody. It doesn't really matter. Like, she finds you attractive or not. Find yourself attractive, King. That's what we encourage here. Self-confidence. Hell yeah.
That definitely is the move. It's just I think part of having self-confidence is like you have to find internal validation for motives. You have to. I know like the reason why I got so upset after like having this like it wasn't like a breakup. We were just friends. But yeah, after having like this separation was because I put like all my validation into this person.
See, do that.
I was like, oh well, if this person thinks good of me, like that means that I'm doing good in general, like or like you know like there's stuff like that.
Yeah, that's exactly what you can't do.
Yeah, and as soon as you do that, you've like fallen for a trap because as soon as that person like stops giving you that validation or moves on,
you are putting your own well-being into the hands of somebody else, which is just it's just not like a smart move.
I think that's like a common trap that a lot of people who get friend zoned fall into, though.
Talk to me.
And that sort of keeps them from having the self confidence necessary to like pursue other people.
Absolutely.
Not enough minerals.
Damn, this game sucks. God damn it.
I'm listening to all the clicking. And I'm like, oh wow, this is intense. Like, crazy shit is going on.
Yeah, I'm losing. Sucks. I'm just gonna land in his base. You know what? I'm gonna land in his base and I'm just gonna flood all of his shit.
Do it.
I'm gonna fucking do it. I'm gonna do it. You can't stop me. Oh boy.
Mineral field.
Oh, I don't have enough medevacs. That's where I went wrong.
Waiting on you. Mineral field depleted.
All right, what is a woman?
Oh no. I don't know, dude.
Well, did you want to ask that? Is there a second question?
I'm not even sure we can ask that question on Twitch, dude.
I'm sorry. In a video game.
what is the designation in a video game? Yeah, I don't know.
Now what?
What's up?
Okay, actually, like, okay, you okay. You should move off Twitch. You should go on like fucking
Kick.
Kick. Yeah,
Is it actually worth it?
I think so.
ID bonus required.
I think you should. Yeah, I think you should. Or at least, can't you dual stream? It's not like you're like you're
Yeah,
on
I
a
was thinking
contract.
about- I was thinking about doing that.
You're technically not supposed to, even though like I see a lot of smaller streamers still do it.
Technically not supposed to.
Yeah, you can't dual stream.
Mm.
Acknowledged.
I had no idea you weren't even you weren't supposed to do that.
Safe here.
I know you can't do that if you're like a partner, but I'm not a partner.
Yeah, but not like a small streamer. Like,
Yeah, if you're just like a small streamer, why would they care? I know so many people that like openly do it. Oh, I won. I fucking won. Man, I'm getting so
but you're
good.
losing.
I thought I was losing, but then I did like
I
a
won.
sick move. I did a sick move, and he had no idea what was happening. I did like yeah, that drop. I remember that I said I was gonna drop everything in his base. It worked. It fucking worked.
It fucking worked.
It fucking worked.
Nice.
I am drinking the cheapest Cabernet Sauvignon. Sauvignon.
Tap tap.
Flip flop.
Sauvignon. Sauvignon.
Sauvignon. I'm a big
Well,
fan of.
we're-
I'm a big fan of pronouncing words like phonetically. So like quesadilla, Cabernet, Sauvignon.
Salmon.
Savignon.
Salmon.
Yeah.
Bigness.
Do you say salmon?
Not enough minerals.
What it Sag?
Sound.
Yeah, something like that. That would work for me.
Sound.
See, so let's talk about wines for a second because that's something I know a little bit about.
Let's do it.
I like wines. Okay, I'm a big fan specifically of red wines. I'm not a huge fan of white wines. I really like Cabernets, but here's what I'm running into. I can't see any correlation between price and flavor.
Between Christ and what?
Price and flavor, not Christ.
Oh. Price and flavor?
Yeah.
Yeah, sometimes you can find a cheap bottle that's really good.
Yeah, so like one time I bought, it was for $3, and it was like the giant bottle of Cabernet. $3. I was like, okay. This is very inexpensive. It's probably gonna taste like ass. Tasted fine. Tasted better than like a lot of more expensive wines that I've had. So
Mm.
is like the whole wine market just like a racket, or like are they marketing to people with like a more refined sense of taste than me? I just don't know. I just don't know.
It is a bit of both.
Like art, kind of.
Yeah, there's definitely some really expensive bottles of wine out there that taste like trash. In fact, I would probably say that there are probably some bottles of wine out there that cost like $100, $200 that are like better tasting than like the most expensive bottle of wine.
No, 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 no. I'm not talking about several $100s. I'm talking about like like
Thousand
$5 bottle of wine.
or
Like
five.
that probably tastes just as good as like a $700 bottle of wine, honestly.
Oh yeah, yes. Sometimes like a $5 bottle of wine is just like so good.
Yeah, it's really good, and it feels like I'm missing something every time I see somebody spend like a lot of money on a bottle of wine. Like I must not be understanding something because why? Like, is it just like the
Well,
aesthetic?
one,
Are people like
it's like
convincing
it's a
themselves it
flex.
tastes good, like other expensive things, or?
I think a lot of people do it just to like be like, "Ooh, I love such
Mm,
refined things. Look at me." Like I do
yeah,
think that's part of it.
kind of like caviar,
Yes.
where it's like it's okay. It's not like worth the money, but
Are you familiar with the fact that like lobsters were used to like feed prisoners originally?
yeah, it used to be the poor people food. In fact, caviar used to be so cheap that they would have it as like bar nuts. Like when you went to like a bar, you could just
Yeah.
like they would have like bowls of caviar on the front on the right there in the bar, and
Yeah.
yeah,
Like
supply and
it's
demand,
something.
baby. Nothing proves supply and demand better than that. It's
Wait,
what?
nothing proves supply and demand.
Yes, nothing proves supply. Like the value of something comes from supply and demand better than that, right? Like the reason why the price of caviar went up and became a rich person's food is because caviar became more rare. That's it. That's the only
Yeah,
reason.
yeah.
When it was common, it was cheap. When it was rare, it was more expensive.
But also because it was like in, right? Like it was fashionable. I feel like something when things are like fashionable, almost like artificially inflates demand.
I feel like sometimes the market makes itself though, right? By virtue of being expensive, sometimes people want it, right? It's like the best example of this is like look at what's that one fucking clothing brand, Supreme, where it's like it's a T-shirt with like a little logo on it.
Yeah.
That's it. It's not like an advanced like high tech T-shirt, but it's like $600 for like this little. This is really bad,
Yeah,
and
it's
it's just ridiculous.
But that's for status, right?
100%, right? So if you can, that's what I'm saying. Like the market kind of makes itself, right? If you can, if it's
Well, the
expensive,
consumers create the demand, right?
exactly.
I was going to
It's
say
not
the
like
best example
so you
of
take
that's the
any
stock
T-shirt and
market.
jack up the price. That's not going to make it so that there's a like bunch of customers who value the brand highly.
I think it could over the long run, right? In fact, I think I read somewhere in like some economics, or not economics, but like some business book, which was like, if you lower the cost of your product, you can like risk shaking consumer confidence, even if it's the exact same product, because people see
There's an
cheap.
article that came out recently too of like a dog walker, and she was like, I jacked up my prices, and then rich people started hiring me. Something like that.
When it's the exact same product. Exactly. See, I'm above all these lizard brain impulses. I just go with what tastes good. So I buy $3 bottle of wines, and it's delicious.
Oh my god.
I was going to say the best example of that's the stock market.
Oh yeah, stock market too, right? Not a lot of supply, a whole lot of demand, right? That's what Berkshire Hathaway. That's why his shit's so expensive. Because he hasn't done like a stock split in ever. Pretty sure. Where do you hang out now, Bolyai, since you've been off of DGG?
Let's see. I was on Ask Yourself server for a while, but then he banned me for liking tweets that were criticizing him. Pretty funny.
You should have thought before you did something
Yeah.
like that.
Yeah, how stupid. I'm on the Politics and Religion Discord and the Politics Discord.
Yeah, I'm on
That's
that
where I
one
spend
too.
most of my time.
I'm a member of a lot of those, but I don't like.
Participate.
Yeah, I don't really participate much.
Yeah.
It's
What
either
about
the-
you? I see you on Prime K's server a number of times.
Yeah, no, I participate in the Reverie almost every Monday. If he invites me, I'm gonna show up. And Wix server I go on, and then obviously this server. And then on my off time, it's usually just shit posting in DGG. Say what you want about Destiny, but he makes a fun community sometimes.
It's true. If only the mods weren't terrible.
Somebody in chat reminded me here, the I Am Rich app, where it was $999 for a jewel icon that did absolutely nothing, and there was people who bought it. Price is subjective.
People are crazy. People are just crazy. People don't know what to do with their money. We're all just crazy people.
What do you think about the Bolya? What do you think about? I think I know what your take's going to be on this, because I think you said it in text. What do you think about the Bud Light thing? You think it's dumb?
I think the sentiment is stupid. Otherwise, it's just like an example of a boycott. But yeah, I think it's dumb to be offended that a trans person is a spokesperson. That's weird.
Yeah, I was looking for like or is there like some kind of political messaging behind that? There really wasn't, unless. And then the follow-up argument, I guess, that could be levied is that, well, it's inherently political because this person's really only famous for being trans. They don't really do anything else. So if that's the case, then by platform, them being your spokesperson, isn't that sort of saying?
Wait, is that a job? Is that being trans a job?
On Instagram, I think.
I think Instagram is a bit more complicated than being trans.
Look, I'm not sure. Okay.
Wait, but are you familiar with like Bud Light's customer base?
Exactly. That's the other part about this. Yeah.
So here's the thing. If they're not saying any sort of political messaging, like how is, like if it's just like a trans person existing in a space, like is that truly like inherently political? The ontology
They're
of this
gonna
person?
say
Yeah.
they're gonna say that it's
spokesperson-
pink washing or whatever. It's just an
Well,
example of like a company signaling to the LGBTQ community that it's on their side in a like kind of token fashion.
Or
Right.
it could be a company trying to like just poke its head in the trans discourse, which is like the most popular fucking discourse in the United States right now.
But I mean, the
Yeah.
spokesperson for your company, like, or who you choose to advertise your product, is like inherently making a statement. Like, I'll see I can get around that.
That's
There,
true.
yeah, there's that part
The
of
thing
it.
is like, yeah, I guess.
But
my
what if the
perspective
statement
would
is like a
be-
fake one? Like I just want eyes on our product, so we're going to delve into controversy anyway.
You can do that at your own risk, but
But is that
you're still
political?
Yeah, you're still making the statement. No matter if it's you're doing it for, I guess, good reasons, bad reasons.
Wait, like what's the
nefarious
statement?
reasons.
That trans
That
people
you-
exist?
That you endorse. It's just like if someone was convicted of, sexual assault, and then you make them your spokesperson. Like,
It's
oh,
just
well,
like-
No, that happened with Subway. That happened with Subway.
And they
Yeah,
dropped. Wait,
because
then they
he got
dropped him.
dropped.
They dropped him
They dropped him.
immediately.
They kept him. Imagine.
But like, is being trans akin to sexual assault? Like, it's
No,
like
well,
Don't answer that.
That's
Don't answer
not-
that on Twitch. Thank you.
what's happening is you have a person, and when they're selected as a spokesperson, there's a kind of like endorsement, not just of that person existing, but kind of their personal brand. You're like,
Yeah,
this
their
person
lifestyle
and
choices.
what they're about. That's like they're like Budweiser material. right? And so
But you can say that about literally anyone. You can say that about like a white man.
Yes.
Oh, it's political.
That's why
Yes,
That's
it
why
is
it's very
political.
important who you pick to be your spokesperson
this
for
is
your company.
this is your brain on identity politics.
I think
That
if
is
they,
okay.
Ooh.
That is the most correct thing that was said. I
Yeah.
agree. This is your brain on identity politics, but like this is not what your brain should be on.
Yes,
No, but
this
it's
is
not
stupid.
identity politics. It's whoever you pick as your spokesperson, their entire lifestyle becomes like you are endorsing their lifestyle. Like
I don't think you are. In the real world, I don't think you are.
yeah, what do you mean?
You're
That's
endorsing
why-
the public perception of that person.
But that's why.
Yeah, in the
you say that
simulation,
behind
that
closed
is
doors.
100% happening.
here's a
But well, why else would you pick them?
Well, because you think like you think it can draw up controversy. It's really just a ploy to get more money. It's just a ploy to get more money. It's not political.
Yeah, to me, this is just like the leftist version of like it's okay to be white, where it's like
Yes.
it's like oh, it's going to generate outrage, but only from people who are stupid, right?
Yeah.
Like, the outrage is like the thing that should cause outrage. The fact that this causes outrage is what should generate reasonable outrage. It should not be outrageous that a trans person who has a following on Instagram gets picked up as a brand ambassador. That's like totally normal.
That's
right?
not the outrage. Is Budweiser's customer base is conservative, down home, traditional values.
It is stupid for them to get mad about this, is what I'm saying. It is stupid for them. It's
Not if
Budweiser,
that's
I don't
their
care.
political values.
Yeah, those are stupid political
Wait,
values.
let me. Okay, wait.
That's a different conversation.
Wait, let me ask. I'm immediately realizing that there might be like some kind of maybe analogy here. What do you think about Ariel, Black Ariel? The fact that they chose a black actress for that role, and it's sort of the trend of choosing minority actors or actresses to play characters that were historically not. Do you think there's like anything there that like feels a little bit like cringy? Because like, I'll be honest, it feels like a little bit because I know what the motive is, right? I know the motive that they're doing is like some kind of like political thing.
The
right?
thing, yeah, to me, it's just like gender reversals. Like, I think that kind of thing is actually super productive. Like taking a piece of art and like reinterpreting it. Like, what if you swap the genders on Romeo and Juliet, right? Like, what if you do these other things? Like, it can help you see like the dynamics of current society or the dynamics of that society or the dynamics in the story in a new light. So I'm in favor of that. The only thing that irritates me about it is how asymmetrical it is. Like, if you ever took someone who's black and made them white, evil. If you ever even have a black character who is like written or voiced by a white artist, like that becomes controversial. And to me, that's where it's like, okay, well, we're not talking about art now. This is like maybe objectionable from a commerce perspective, where it's like, oh, we want like the job openings for black voice actors and that sort of thing. Like, you're moving away from the artistic aspect of it. But like, just on the art side, I think it's totally fine. I love gender swapping, race swapping, all of those, because those are like important dynamics in current society, and this is a way to analyze them. And I think that's what art is supposed to do.
It's funny that you mention Romeo and Juliet, because there was a recreation of Romeo and Juliet set in like an urban American environment with Leonardo DiCaprio. Are you familiar with this one?
Yeah, it's the one where he's wearing armor and like the swords are guns.
Yes,
I remember
swords
that.
are
Claire
guns, yeah.
Danes.
Yeah, they had black. They had
The only
black.
bad thing about that film is that Claire Danes only dies once.
Yeah.
I don't know if I really think, like, for me, I think there's a different reasoning behind like the Ariel thing. Like, I think it's done to, I would say, compensate for the lack of like black representation in stories.
Yeah.
Make new ones. Then make new ones.
That's the response.
Go
right? Make new ones.
go to Africa.
That is true.
Like, go to African folklore. Go to actual myths that are like part of the historical
Hold on, wait, they
African
are making
new
experience
ones.
and
Wait,
and
oh,
shed
so-
light on that.
Wait, are
Wait,
you
wait,
saying
wait,
that
wait, Black
people
Panther
are,
is a version of that, though. Black
wait,
Panther
are
is
you
exactly
saying
what you
that
described.
black
Yeah.
people weren't historically part of America?
No, I'm saying
So
that
why
Hans
do I need to
Christian-
go? So why
But
do I
they
need
were-
to go to African folklore to put black characters in like
because the
American
Little Mermaid
comedy
is from Hans
storylines?
Christian Andersen, who's Danish.
But
And who produced that story?
I'm saying it's one like it is. I'm not saying it's bad to like run the rainbow on like m- cultural icons. Like Little Mermaid is a cultural icon. It's not just a folklore thing. There's a hugely popular and like still popular Disney movie, and like that's why it's popular now. And that's like a lot of why it's popular. I'm totally fine with that. I'm fine with like on the religious side. This happens with Jesus a lot, right? Like people represent him as like coming from their culture, and I think that's good. But I think what gets overlooked in this discussion of representation is like the actual folklores and myths and legends and pantheons of like minority groups in history, and it would be nice to shine a light on those and tell those and bring those stories into the light instead of like being so restricted to like what's currently popular.
But it's kind of like what Disney did with Mulan, right? Like they went
Yeah.
to China, they got a folklore story, and they brought it to America.
Yeah.
The other part here, and I don't know how much this plays into it. You know, maybe it doesn't, maybe it shouldn't. But in media, at least, white people and black people are not particularly underrepresented. It's actually Hispanic people that are most underrepresented in media right now. So if it's like for a representation thing, it wouldn't actually make sense to have it be.
Wait, you think so? You think?
I know you can look at you can look at the numbers on this. Like black people are overrepresented in media by a pretty significant margin based on the percentage of the population, and then white people are like more or less in line, like a little bit underrepresented, but really not that much.
Yeah.
And then you have
Yeah, but
Hispanics,
part of
which
this
are like
isn't just
tiny percent of media.
part of what representation is about isn't just like proportional to like the population. I think it's more about like normalizing, right? Like the idea that you shouldn't be surprised when a hero is like when a character in a story is black, or when a character in a story is Hispanic or gay or any, you know, like all these like minority groups. That shouldn't come as a surprise. And so like whether like one group is overrepresented or not, I think is less important than whether it starts to feel normal that people from minority groups show up in films and like as the main characters, as side characters, as important characters, as unimportant characters, without being seen as being tokens. I think that's kind of the goal of represent. It's to just normalize like visibility.
You don't see that though with like, I don't know.
I think that's
Okay,
the
let's-
smart.
wait.
I'll say that I think that's the smart version of like the concerns about representation.
If it's like an original, if it's an original character, I never have the sensation of like feeling tokenized, right? So like, you know, Sam Jackson, Pulp Fiction, like, I need the fact that he's black is never something that I'm focusing on, right? But when it's like Ariel, I'm focusing on the fact that it's not a white, red-haired chick because that's my internal conception of Ariel. That's what
Yeah,
I
but
was
that's
raised
good,
on.
right? Isn't it good to like don't you think someone like a ginger person watching The Little Mermaid feels affirmed in a way that like when you have like Bash a Ginger Day, maybe they feel less affirmed, you know? Like isn't that kind of important? And isn't like the discomfort in like that there's a multiverse of Ariels, like, you know, like Rick and Morty style, there's like a million different, you know, a million trillion Ariels.
No, I hate it. I absolutely hate it. I think
There's one.
they should have like, again, if you want a different character,
They should have called her Schmariel, and then it would have been fine.
Mariel.
It's just like it feels like what this does is it's very like intellectually lazy, right? It's very much like we don't want to think of like a new story, or we can't, and so We're just
Nah.
gonna go with this one.
Yeah.
Because it's already
Let
been
me-
pre-established for us.
I went and saw Coriolanus in Ashland, Oregon during their their big famous Shakespeare festival, and in it the general was, or the guy it was like a modern take, and he was portrayed by a black actor. He was like firing a machine gun, and it was so cool. I'm like, oh, actually, that's lazy because Shakespeare already wrote the story. You should have been writing another YA novel.
Look, I'm not saying that you can't,
Reinterpretations are artistically valid.
I'm
That's
not
the
saying
short
that you
version.
can't dislike it. I'm just saying that I don't. Right? It's not within my taste. When
Well, I'm not gonna watch it just because the only reason why I watched The Little Mermaid is because of Alan Menken's music. That's the only thing I like about it.
Okay, let me offer a paradigm for you guys. Like, let's say you have a high school like rendition of Pulp Fiction,
Yeah.
and the best person or like the most talented actor to play Samuel Jackson's part is like a white kid. I think in an ideal world, like that kid should be able to play Samuel L. Jackson.
That's not happening.
I know that's not happening. I understand that that's not the world we live in, but I think like in terms of like the principle of letting other people like play different parts, I think that's perfectly fine.
I mean, like acting.
But yeah,
like,
Wait,
they're not
wait,
a person, but they act like they are.
Wait,
Yes.
but to solve that, would we just let that white person paint their face brown?
No.
Ooh, wait, why not?
In an ideal world,
Tropic
yes.
Thunder,
you would.
yeah.
No. You just change the character to be
Why
white.
can't you wear makeup? Wearing makeup is fun. Like making yourself up to
Yeah, Ron.
resemble someone else is fun.
Listen.
It's like a visual impression.
I
Like the
think-
fact, obviously, with the historical context, it's insane to do that, and it's insane
No,
to
it's
suggest
not.
that it be done.
It's not insane to do that.
No, it is.
you are
No, it's
you are
not.
not getting fucking greenlit if you haven't.
Okay, listen.
Well,
listen.
tell that to Tropic
Well,
Thunder.
no, listen.
They
Blackface.
did it very carefully.
No, but blackface was specifically because people actually took black paint, not brown. They weren't trying to actually look like a black person. They used black paint to mock a black person. Now, that is completely different from someone painting their face to match the color of an actual actor or person that they're portraying. Those are two
And
completely
sure.
different things.
No, that's true. But if that was like the only bad thing to ever happen to black people, I don't think it would be that bad to do. Like, it's the fact that it's in context with all these other things that have happened, like in the course of our history, that we go, maybe this is a little insensitive.
But no, what's insensitive about it? You're not doing blackface.
It's, I don't. You just have to look at this with a bit more nuance than is it blackface
I
or
am.
not blackface.
So what you're saying is because of the historical way that black people were treated, no white person or light-skinned person can ever play a black character.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying like
that is what you're saying.
no, you can't
So
do.
so what?
You can't
So
do
what
something that's like
circumstance-
akin to something that's like connected with fucking blackface.
Okay, so how can a light-skinned person, like a white person, play a black character?
You just change the ethnicity of the character.
So, but then they're not playing a black character.
Yeah.
So you are
exactly.
saying that.
Yeah, but that's what we've done for Ariel. That's what we've done for. I'm sure there's Velma. You know, there's like plenty of examples.
Wait, but you are saying that because of the way black people are treated, a white person can never play a black character. Again.
Okay. If you're just gonna reiterate that, like, I don't know what to say to you.
No, I mean you said no, but then you said, well, the only way they can do it is if we change the character's race. So your no was really a yes.
Got you there.
Okay. No. Hold on. In the terms of this conversation, is the new black Ariel playing a white character?
I would say no.
Okay. Then never mind. You've lost the plot. I don't know how to respond to that.
I mean, you're talking about cartoon characters. I'm saying.
Okay. All right.
So
All right,
unless
never
you're going
mind.
to say
Lightweight,
that,
there's no problem here.
I mean, unless you're going to say that the black Ariel has white paint over, or the white Ariel has black paint over her face, so we can't actually see what color she is
If
under
you,
the.
if
like,
you
it
mean
doesn't
play a
make any
black
sense.
character like that, then yes. If you mean play a black character as in like put on makeup,
okay, I mean
yes.
like yeah. So a white person can never play Mike Tyson in a movie.
like probably not, no. Or it'd be weird.
Why not? Why can't it be a different Mike
Or
Tyson?
Martin Luther King, or Chris Tucker, or
I
Shaq.
think you should. I think you have it, and like I think you have a bit of a responsibility to ethnically portray historical figures correctly. I would take that stance. Yeah, I would take that stance.
Well, what about Ariel then?
Ariel's not a historical figure; it's fiction.
Well, we know. Well, look at hold on. It was written
Well,
by
we
a
know.
Dane. It was written by a Dane. It was written by a Dane in like the 1600s. I think we know what race Ariel was.
It's still a fictionalized account. Like if I like had a fictionalized account of like Mike Tyson, then changing that character to be white, I don't think it's like morally reprehensible or anything like that.
Wait, you're telling me someone would actually do a production where Mike Tyson like
No, but like a fictionalization of Mike Tyson. Like even if Ariel was based on a historical figure, that's still a fictionalization of the character.
Well, hold on. This is a fictional character, right? It's Mike Tyson, but he's white. So that never happened.
Yeah.
So it's fictional.
Okay, that I could see that being a comedy. Like, or some, like some sort of absurd thing. Like I don't know, like but if you're making like an accurate representation, like if you, like the intent isn't to be like a parody, the intent is to actually portray like a historical figure, you should probably have like the ethnicity down.
Well, but like then you could just simply like I know the response, right? The response would be like, you know, you can't prove it one way or the other. So like.
Oh wait, Hamilton. that's the example you're looking for. Yeah, Hamilton's the example you're looking for.
Yeah, I just have a problem with people making everything blackface. Like, I think people should, like, if you're going to portray a character who's a different race, you should be able to dress up like that character. Like, I don't have a problem with that.
Yeah, no, I think that's fair, because it's like you're not mocking, right?
Tell that to my my AP Gov teacher in high school.
I would.
This one story. We were supposed to do like a mock, like Supreme Court justice, and I was assigned Clarence Thomas. And me not knowing anything about what blackface was, I walk up to my teacher and I go like, should I put on like makeup or anything? And then, like, because I didn't know, I grew up fucking like ignorant, and she's like, yelling at me.
Ow! Okay, that's not a good reaction to a child. Come on. Dude, that makes.
I would say you weren't ignorant. You just let someone brainwash you and convince you that that is blackface.
Sorry, my roommate just walked up. No. What happened is she freaking like yells at me. She's like, I swear to God, I will fucking call the cops on like if you bring in blackface. And I'm like, oh
yeah, she bullied you and convinced you that that was blackface.
Wait, she said she was gonna call the cops?
Yes. She was like very angry with me, and I was like,
it sounds like you just like ran into an unhinged person.
No.
Call the cops on a child?
No, I thank God she yelled at me that day. Because like, dude, I think it would have been way worse for me if I had come into blackface and then that shit pops up on Twitter somewhere.
As a child?
Yeah, dude. How many like, dude, Justin Trudeau was like what, like 17 when he dressed up as Aladdin? And like,
wait. How old were you?
Oh, I was like 17, 18. Yeah.
Oh shit. Okay.
Yeah, that would have been bad.
I thought you were a child. Okay.
No. I was like a teenager. This was like senior year AP Gov.
You were in AP Gov and you didn't know about blackface?
Yes. I didn't understand the context of blackface. Like I literally was just sheltered.
I bet. I believe it. Wow.
So yeah, I thank God that she like scared the shit out of me that day. Ugh.
Oh boy. See, I don't like when I don't like I'm okay with like social awareness and people being like, you know, aware of like other people's struggle and stuff. But I don't like it when people feel like they have to like apologize for like I don't know. It just feels weird.
Forcing someone to apologize is definitely cringe. Like I can agree to that. But like,
I mean, but even
there's-
when you
there's
said
something
it, like,
about,
I
like,
thank God that
there's
she
something
didn't
about-
call the cops on me because I
no,
was
no, no, no,
going
no.
to
I'm
go-
not apologizing. I'm like, she helped me dodge a bullet. Like that would have been so bad for like my like social health in like the future of my life to have that like just floating around somewhere, like a picture of me doing blackface. Like I'm glad that she gave it like a certain amount of seriousness and she like struck in like a chord in me to be like, this is serious. Don't like, this is not something that you should like play around with. And like she really was just like sort of looking out for me. She was shocked that I didn't know what blackface was. She was. It's like, are you serious? You don't know what this is?
That's at 17 you should know what that is. That's
Yeah, no.
wow. You're not Canadian, right?
No, I'm from New York.
Wow. So basically, Canada with like a little bit of Soviet.
You are fucking crazy. We are the only city in the United States.
The worst.
Although I didn't live in the city. I didn't live in the city. I grew up in Westchester. Grew up in like the.
How do you know? How do you know when someone's from New York City? They'll tell you.
Yeah, don't worry, they'll tell you. Although to be fair, I did ask. So.
Yeah. No, I wasn't born in the city. I was born in the suburbs. Literally the next county over.
Suburbs are based. This is like one argument
I
that
like the suburbs.
I love
Yeah.
the suburbs. Oh, and people are like, "Oh, suburbs are terrible." It's like, dude,
No,
you're just angry that you didn't have a deck that you can go grill on. That's
No, the problem with the suburbs is that you have to fucking either walk everywhere or have a car. That's the problem with the suburbs.
Buy a car.
No.
Yes.
Like there should be fucking trains.
No,
There
just
should
go
be
buy a
fucking
car. And
trains.
you know what? And if you're environmentally conscious, go buy an electric car. We got those now. Okay, we have options.
I like
It's not
public
about- it's not- Fuck the
transportation.
environment. Fuck the environment. I just want to get somewhere, and when I want to go
It
somewhere,
would be nice to not have to drive like 25
Everywhere.
minutes to get to a grocery store.
Okay,
I like the whole like multi.
or like a 30-minute walk.
I hate zoning laws. That's what I'm saying.
Have
I'm more
you-
libertarian than you, Lactoid.
Maybe. Well, I'm not against them. I'm not in favor of zoning laws. I would actually just replace everything with homeowner associations. But a question I have for you, and I'm sure you have, but I just want to just make sure. Have you like relied on public transportation before, like consistently?
There was a stretch for like 13 weeks where I was taking a bus downtown to do classes for like 8 hours a day.
Okay.
And so,
So-
I needed it. And it took forever. The bus is like an hour commute each way. Which
Yeah.
was awful, but it would have been way faster in a car.
Because
But there's just no parking.
all throughout law school, I did that, and dude, it sucks.
We stand as one. On that
I don't know, man. I like the subway. I mean, don't get me wrong. There's creeps on there.
You're from New York. You probably like it when people poop in public.
Only when
I thought it
I'm
was
the
San
one
Francisco.
in public.
Oh, yeah, sure. That's more of a West Coast thing.
No, you see it in New York from time to time.
Coast.
I've only seen. I think I've only seen it happen once in New York. I've seen more people peeing in public than pooping in public.
True. Also shooting drugs.
Also, I have seen I think 2 instances of shooting drugs.
Yeah, that's weak sauce. Come to Seattle.
So true.
Literally every day.
But I don't know. I just like public transportation is so nice. But yeah. I'll head out. I'll put you guys around.
All right.
Peace. No, but Suburbs are fucking awesome. Having your own little space is fucking awesome. I hate apartment complexes. Hearing everybody around you do shit all the time. Like, no, it's fucking awesome.
Justice be done. We must construct additional pylons. You must construct additional pylons.
I know there's some people that get really upset when I say that too, so, but it's true. Trigger the left, you know.
We are the blades of iron. Na'adan Atum. Command me.
I remember one conversation we had. We were talking about sex workers. Or have you changed your position or like?
What was the disagreement?
Like equal opportunity and discrimination, like on not wanting to have sex with a certain person.
Oh, I think this was a criticism of like civil rights laws when it came to like how would that work in the context of sex work, which is also supposedly a real work, right?
Yeah.
Oof. And that is how you beat a cannon rush. Easy. I guess that he didn't build anything at all. Let's check.
Yeah, because there was this person I follow on Instagram, and they were talking about how if someone sent them another dick pic to their inbox, they're gonna like sue them or press charges on them. And I was like, I don't think the same standard should apply to like sex workers as far as like
Ooh,
sexual harassment.
that's an interesting take. Okay, explain the position. So, generally speaking,
Okay.
we agree this should happen, right? That if you send like some unsolicited dick pic to somebody, that there should be some kind of response. But you think it should be
Yes.
different for sex workers. There shouldn't be the same kind
Correct.
of response. Okay, what's the argument?
So first, I was looking at like personal um, a personal message versus a business related message, and then also a personal message versus like a response to a social media post. So if you look at Twitter, like if someone posts like um, a video, like so they're a sex worker and they have a OF, and they post a video, a clip of their video,
Right.
and then under that video, if you respond with another explicit video, did you harass that person? Like let's say it's not you, just for example, or even if it is you, if you respond under their video with like another explicit video on their page that they made, that you sexually harassed them.
I would say no in that circumstance, right? Because like the air is already pretty sexual in that situation because they made it sexual. But like, are we drawing like a like I want to distinguish this between like, so, I agree there that shouldn't be counted as like harassment. But like,
Yeah. So
what if like on their day off they're just like, oh, like I'm gonna just go like enjoy my phone for a second, and then like they open it up and like 35,000 dick pics. Like that's kind of fucked up, right?
Oh yeah. So then my question would be: are you saying there's a distinction between their inbox and their Twitter inbox? Is that different from their Twitter page?
I think so. Yeah. Because it's not like I don't know. It's a different situation. Like if someone comments on like on a spicy like post that I make, that's one thing, but it's a totally different thing to like absent that kind of like kind of sexual situation that exists, to just like start sending just a sex worker like
Well,
dick
but
pics.
I think I would respond the same way you responded to, like, if they comment under the post. The nature of their work, they've already made it sexual.
But their DMs aren't necessarily work, right? Are they? I guess it
I
depends.
don't think they have to be.
It depends. It depends. Like if they're one of those OnlyFans people that like offers like or like has DMs like that are sexual for money, that would be totally different context. And I would agree that would like there should be a different standard for sexual harassment there. I would agree with that. But if they're just posting shit and like they don't do like the whole DM thing, that would seem to me to be potentially weird. It'd be weird to do that.
I think it's weird if you're giving sex some type of special treatment. Because I would say if I had a landscaping business and someone sent me unsolicited pictures of their
lawn.
yard, of their lawn. Now, after they send that first picture, if I say don't send me any more pictures, then we're in the harassment ground, like no matter what, because you've told me you don't want this. But the first picture or that first message unsolicited, if I do lawns and someone sends me a picture of their lawn unsolicited, I can't treat that the same.
Here's the problem though. Even if I didn't do lawns, if a random person has sent me a picture of a lawn, hey, how does my lawn look? That's not like harassment.
Yeah, give me a lawn rating.
Yeah, that's not like harassment. Like I wouldn't care.
Yes,
right?
but
so like obviously sex is just different when it comes to.
But you can't. But this is the same thing. Like we were talking about, like them having to serve someone. You can't say it's different once you say this is a job just like any other job.
Right.
Because then it loses that special
right
classification.
Are there people who say you can't deny service if you're a sex worker?
What if it's a job kind of similar to like handling confidential patient information, where it's like it's a normal job, I guess, but like there's certain restrictions of what you can or can't do. And one of the things you can't do is like openly share people's information without like consent, right? Like through HIPAA. So it's not like an exact one-to-one, but I mean, you can have jobs where it's like the expectation is you don't necessarily do certain behaviors.
Yeah, I mean, don't we already do this with like hazard stuff, right? Like if there's a really hazardous job, like makes more sense to allow people to like not, have to volunteer for it. That you can like there's certain things you can decline to do.
I will say this, boy, though. I think he's onto something in the sense of like when I'm investigating a situation, I'm gonna be way more lenient on somebody who's like, well, I thought that's what I was supposed to do, right? I thought that was the service. I thought that I send this and then she responds with this. That's what I thought, because that's what the Instagram or that's what the page advertises me to do. So that's what I thought. I think that like it's the risk of like maybe somebody who like doesn't get the social cues missing that is like way higher, just due to the nature of it itself. And I'm willing to like give way more benefit of the doubt to somebody who sends a random dick pic to a sex worker than if they just sent it to a random woman, right? Does that make sense?
Yeah. I mean, I guess I feel like that's only true in a society where these sorts of things are really unclear. Like, oh man, I walked up to this MMA fighter and I just kicked him in the back of the head. Because like I just didn't understand that I was supposed to like have a contract with him in order to fight it. Like I just I didn't understand. And it's like, yeah, I mean, I can kind of see how a complete moron might do that, and it's a little bit different than like viciously attacking a person for no reason, but it's also like how much intelligence does this take to get right?
Well, hold on.
Okay, so my issue with that
Go ahead.
my issue with that is that it seems like in our like society we have a different treatment of harassment and sexual harassment. Like we've separated those, and we get like there's general harassment, but then there's harassment because you did this sexual thing, and that's something special. Like we treat it that way, and that's why I would say we've also like
Is that even
not-
true legally?
Oh yeah.
Is it a separate offense? I thought it was
100%.
like, I thought there's like workplace sexual harassment, but I thought that was mostly like
No.
HR stuff and hostile workplace.
Sexual harassment is entirely different than regular harassment, and like it's under a whole different statutory scheme. It's under like it's very the penalties are much harsher. You can be put on the sex offender registry for doing it. Like there is very very different penalties, and society takes it completely differently than just regular harassment.
I know society takes it differently.
Yeah, so I feel like sex workers are like, in essence, double dipping. You say, "Hey, destigmatize this thing, and let me do it for work, but then give me all the special protections because this thing is still special and, I guess, for lack of a better word, sacred."
I don't think that's true. I guess because regardless of what you think, sexual contact is still very intimate. You're like, it's like psychologically, like even if you're into casual sex, it's not like, oh, just anything goes. Oh, it's like shaking hands, right? Like there might be some people like that.
It's a business transaction. It's just like shaking hands.
Well, yeah. The point is
I
that's
think
what they're
that
saying.
This
it
is
is
what
right?
makes you start to sound like an alien or like a robot who doesn't understand like human beings or human sexuality.
I think the argument then though is just like, I think he's acknowledging it's different, but then the follow-up is, okay, this is not just like every other job. This is fundamentally
Yes, there
different.
should be more protections for people in the line of work so that they don't get pressed into doing like
Right.
needing to pick up garbage when you don't want to pick up garbage is different from like let this person penetrate your body.
Or, but here's the
when
other
you
thing
don't
though.
want it.
So you can say like more protection, or you could say we're banning it. You don't get to do this anymore because you said it's for like real work, but it's not. So because we all acknowledge it's not, it's within this realm that we don't want you to do. It's not the same as everything else. So we're not discriminating against you by just banning it outright.
Yeah, I mean, I think the arguments in favor of it, some of them are just like liberty arguments. Like, you need a better argument than just like, we don't like this kind of work, we don't like this kind of economic activity to ban it. You need, like the libertarian needs to hear more about like how really dangerous, how, we can't, it's got to be a crime to engage in this. That's got a pretty high bar to clear. So I feel like the kind of like hand wavy, oh well, it's like icky and like it's the boundaries are vague, so it's like hard to figure out. Those are like pretty lame reasons to criminalize something.
That's fair.
Well, for me, this is like one of those cases where I can go either way. I just would like to see consistency. So to
I
me,
agree
it's
with that, 100%.
inconsistent. It's inconsistent to say, "Hey, this is sex work, and sex is just a business transaction, and it's just in their job," but then treat that differently as far as like, "Oh, they sexually harassed me, or they did something sexual to me." Like that's the only issue I have. Like,
No, I don't think so. I think I disagree with this. Like, you can think sex work is work without thinking, oh, it's just like any other work, right? Like, cardiothoracic surgery is work, but it's not work like any other work, right? So like there are like just because of human psychology, whether it's nature or nurture or like our particular cultural environment, like sex is a different kind of thing than a lot of other things, which doesn't mean that sex work isn't work. It just means that it's like there's like different pitfalls and different risks and different opportunities for people to be exploited, and that it's like it's important to be aware of that and not just be like, oh, we're going to treat these kinds of contract, this subject area, we're going to treat it as though we're as innocuous as mowing a lawn. I think anyone who tries to treat sex like that is like really in for a rude awakening.
So I
That
see
isn't helping victims of sex trafficking.
I see sex work is very similar to like gambling or drug dealing, actually, and where it should be legal, but like,
But you're bad at it.
oh, what?
Zing.
Yeah, I don't do sex work personally. But I also, yeah, I'm pretty bad at. I'm sure I'd be bad at drug dealing. I've never dealt drug or dealt.
I've never dealed.
Okay, got a JD, I promise. I mean, the whole industry has just seemed like super manipulative and disgusting. So, should they be allowed to exist? I think so. But I think that like we just have to recognize that it's not the same thing. It's like it's the same thing in principle that like you're surrendering like your labor for like a wage or for a payment or something along those lines. So like in that sense it's similar, but there's the different pitfalls that I see is it's one of the industries in which you're actually like it encourages profiteering at the expense of the customer as opposed to at the benefit of the customer. And then B, like we have like hyper strong protections for any kind of malfeasance that happens in this industry, and that's something that is going to be like an extra cost borne out.
Yeah. I mean, I agree that there, like, if it's going to be work like any other work, there needs to be exceptions made for like good faith errors, because that's just like the cost of doing business that's going to happen, and we shouldn't be like hyper vigilant about that kind of stuff unless it really has a, huge negative impact.
100%.
Yeah, I think that's, I guess, the best way to put, what I was trying to say, like, shortened to this version. But, okay, so would you say that if I follow the sex workers, like, Twitter, right? And then I woke up one morning, I go to her page, and there's a naked picture of her. Could I sue her for sexual harassment?
If you follow her page?
Yeah.
I mean, you're following her page.
And doesn't harassment have to be like a pattern of behavior? And it's like unwanted. You visited her page. I don't know. This is kind of like, oh man, if Game of Thrones has a bad episode, can I sue them?
Well, so one dick pic isn't harassment then? Is that what you're saying?
No, if I have a website and I post it and someone visits that website, that's a little bit different.
If I send one,
you're talking about like a misrepresentation. Like I say, hey, visit this CNN link, and they visit it, and it's like a naked picture of myself. Like, okay, that's pretty similar to like sending an unsolicited dick pic. But like, oh, there's an adult worker who shows nudity. I don't know. I'm kind of like, feel like you know what you're getting when you're peeking through that hole.
Well, see, that's the issue,
well,
right? What you want to say is like, well, you're basically asking for it at that point, and that whole phrase is just kind of.
Well, it's more about like, how is it unwanted if you know what it is and you do it?
Maybe you were mistaken. Maybe you didn't know that when you clicked on her page that you would have that you would.
Well, I mean, I would say the same thing the sex worker would say. Yes, I went to her page because she's a sex worker, but I didn't want to see naked pictures of her body.
Ooh, like you just wanted to see like what is a sex worker's take on current events or something?
Oh, I thought she was going to show her feet, but then I saw her boobs.
No.
I mean,
I thought she was going to comment on the news. I thought she was going to give her take on like the sex work industry. I didn't know that I was just going to see breasts, and I didn't want to see breasts. I'm harassed. The line seems reasonable, right? Taken most charitably.
I've got 3/4 of a handle of tequila and plenty of time to drink it. Let's get into this. Bye. So just to be on point, government regulation of the market, bad.
Base, that's true.
Yeah.
But
I think there's other reasons to disapprove of sex work, but I think whether it should be criminalized or not should be, I think at this point should be focused mostly around what's best for combating human trafficking, and not like How can we help people sell feet pics on OnlyFans?
And the best way to stop people from getting trafficked is to not make their jobs criminalized, so they have to hide themselves from the police and from regular society.
Yeah, except that there's reasons to think that if you legalize sex work, what it does is it makes people import a bunch of women who get trafficked
Yeah.
instead of
Is there not? Is there not
because
immigration?
there's like a substitution effect. There's like two effects when you legalize it. I can't remember what they are, but one of them is because they studied this in Europe. There's some big cross-sectional study, and they found that like trafficking actually increased because you could send the trafficked girls to places where it was legal so that their business could be consumed.
Yeah.
I've heard conflicting reports on that though. There are some places that had that, but like in certain places where it's extremely regulated, like in Vegas or not Vegas, Nevada, for example, you don't see the same effects.
Because wasn't I forgot what country it was in.
Is
but
it
didn't
Nevada or
some
Nevada?
go and
I don't
have sex with prostitutes, and it turned out that the place he went to, they trafficked people, even though it was legal there.
I mean, I guess measuring the degree that it happens would be like the most important thing, but like it makes perfect sense. Like if I was like selling drugs and there was a place where drugs were legal, I'm gonna go there. So if I was, trying to get women, trafficked for, to use them for sex work, and there's a place where sex work is legal, I think it makes perfect sense that I would be attracted to that place.
I mean, let's pretend we live in a society for a second. Okay. I know.
Said the words.
I said the words. I know from my personal experience that the businesses that are successful are not the ones that beat the fucking like traffic people. Like my local sushi place isn't as good as it is because they traffic workers in, because they provide a good service and they don't abuse their workers.
But having the best service isn't the thing. It's having a profitable business.
Right. I mean, if you traffic somebody overseas and like take them away from their family, literally traumatize them for life, just to like have them work legally in another country, you think they're going to be as good as a prostitute that actually wants to be there?
It
Like,
doesn't.
Do you
it
think that
doesn't-
the
it doesn't
quality
have
is
to
what
be as-
people care about?
Yes.
I mean, to some extent, but that's not the issue. What I'm saying
I
is,
feel like if you're so hard up that you have to pay for it, I don't think you're going to care about quality.
That sounds like you have a Elizabeth of repressed thoughts there.
No, I think. Hold on. I think sex work is like consistently not good. Just based on like, should it be? I'm in the camp. It should be legal.
Did your
'cause,
mom
like,
tell you about this?
No. Her mom- no. For her,
Bazinga.
Bazinga. No, but it's not good. Like when you look at basically like all of the empirical evidence, where it's just like it leads to bad things. The people who engage in it generally like aren't happy people. There's like negative psychological effects that come from.
Not true of drugs too.
Yeah, of course.
But aren't you in favor of legalizing drugs?
Well, I said I'm also in favor of legalizing prostitution, even though
Oh, I see.
it's also bad. Right? It's the exact same art. I think prostitution is very similar to a drug. I think it's essentially a drug, honestly. Right? I mean, what you're doing, you're selling somebody serotonin, which is what, heroin is just a serotonin clone, basically, right?
wait, but what if you're
Lactoid, are you just ignoring that the kink community exists?
Yeah, that's what I was about to go. Like,
The kink community?
Yes.
Yeah, so like, let's say, like, I wanted to have someone tie me up for sex, right? And trying to find that. Now, I could get at sex from another woman, out in town or near the bar, whatever the case may be, but I want someone to tie me up for sex.
Cheryl.
So
from
I could
Hooters.
spend, 3, 4, 5 years trying to find that woman, or I could just take $500 and pay someone for an hour and get to live that out.
So
and they like doing it. That's
yeah,
the
and
other
they
thing.
actually enjoy it too.
So I can't say it like in every circumstance then, like in these kind of scenarios where there's like a specific reason why somebody's seeking out a sex worker to like do something that they otherwise wouldn't be able to get access to.
It's the same reason why you go to a sex work in the first place. You want sex.
I understand, but like, okay, so there's an intuitive argument, and then there's just like the intuitive argument, which is backed up by the data, which is that like most of the time the people who are buying sex are not, God damn it, are not the kind of people that are like happy doing so, right? They're very unhappy. They're not happy. Like buying sex doesn't make them happier as people. Overall, like it's just not a good thing for them to be doing, right? Because if you're spending your time and money just like chasing prostitutes, you're not working on yourself and finding somebody who will actually love you and you know, building those things in the structures in your life that are actually important for happiness. You're kind of chasing a cheap substitute, and somebody's making money off you while you're doing it. So.
Well, I think you know as well as I do that happiness is based on value structure. It's not based on like an objective measure.
It's not based on an objective measure, but in my subjective evaluation of other people's happiness, it seems like by all the metrics, buying sex work sure as hell isn't making them, you know, it's making them have more negative thoughts about themselves. It's making them less satisfied with life overall. It's increasing the risk of STDs.
And it can be bad for their mental health, right? Like
how much?
Like extreme heroin addicts are not happy people.
Exactly.
No, I'm not saying that extreme heroin addicts are happy people. I'm saying that like it's like any other drug. Like if you can use it in moderation, and you can, you know, you are the master of the drug rather than the other way around. Like you can be a generally happy person while also engage in dabbling, if you will.
Just be a recreational user.
I think you're happy. I think you're happy despite it, not because of it, right? So I agree that if you're not engaging in destructive activities often, of course, like these destructive activities are not going to have as much of an impact in your life because you're not engaging with them as often, right? But like even so, like I think you would be better off just overall, if like you never engage in purchasing like a sex worker, right? If you
Everybody would also be better off if we never drank a drop of alcohol.
Exactly, unironically.
Yeah,
so
but it's not gonna happen.
Well, it's not gonna happen. But it's one of those things where it's like at the very least, like, if I'm giving advice to somebody or like I'm trying to discourage somebody away from a behavior that I think is destructive, you know, I think sex workers are manipulative. I think the whole industry is pretty disgusting, and I don't think you're good. I don't think you're better off engaging in it. And so I would recommend you not to. If I'm ever going to give somebody advice.
I mean, also the vast majority of the industry is also very illegal.
Right, but even the legal stuff, right? Like strippers. Like I don't know how many. Like if you've met strippers, like they like outside of their work, they tend to be like when they talk about their work, they tend to be pretty manipulative people.
Do you put like
depends on the person?
Who hurt you, Lactoid?
I'm just saying, like I've never set foot in a strip club. Okay, I'm just saying, like this is like what from the people I've talked to and like the way people treat.
Yeah. Well, to me, it's kind of like selling friendship, right? Like if you're friends with someone, but only because they're paying you, I kind of feel like
it's sad, isn't it?
Like you don't know what a friend is.
Exactly.
Right? You can call that being a friend, but it's not really being a friend.
I mean, that's just emotional immaturity, not understanding that you're engaging in transactional affairs.
But a lot of people don't.
I guess
though.
my point is that being transactional about that seems bad.
Right, because
you can be transactional about friendship. It's just like not what I think of. That's not what I think friendship is.
Well, I think
it wouldn't be friendship.
I disagree.
Like, you
disagree.
just proved your own point.
No,
yeah,
I
but
think,
like
I think
calling it
friendship
friendship work is misleading.
But I think friendship
it's not
is
called friendship work.
people-
It's called sex work.
Yeah, it was
You're
an
doing
analogy. Did you think I misused the word friend?
Well, the thing is, like a lot of people
Like, I was
see
drawing an analogy.
a lot of people see like a sexual relationship as, I think almost inevitably for a lot of people, is something that it's like very difficult to like pull your emotions away from, and it's something where we've all heard the stereotype of like the person who falls in love with the stripper, like where it's like, oh God, like this guy is in trouble, right? Because like
even like friends with benefits, you catch feelings, right?
Exactly. And so it's like one of the situations where, okay, we have and here's the disgusting part. Not all, but there is a direct financial incentive to get people to fall in love with you if you're a sex worker, because now you're going to get more money from them, right? Now you're going to be able
How do you
to.
think Amarath survived?
Well, now you're going to be able to
Sure,
weaponize
but I mean,
this.
that's kind of conspiratorial, right? It's like
No, they openly talk about it.
The doctor has like
Listen,
an
if you're on
incentive
stream,
to not cure you because they
Look,
want you to be sick.
we
so
can
you
we
keep
can
That's
talk
literally
we can
the
talk
entire
that's
we
not
can
even a conspiracy.
yeah, we
The
can talk about the
pharmaceutical
pharma
industry
industry.
exists.
Yeah, we could talk about the pharma industry in a second, but
Yeah, they're so yeah. The pharma industry has been terrible for cancer survival rates. Oh wait.
Ah, yes, my
The opposite of
opioid
that.
epidemic. It didn't happen.
well, we got to be careful.
No,
on Twitch.
no. The point is about
Yeah,
incentives.
obviously, I'm
right?
joking. Sorry.
I don't. I guess the general point, memes aside, the general point is, I don't find arguments about like financial incentives super compelling. But it sounded like you said like, no, there's actually like this is part of like a common strategy that's actually used in
Yeah.
the business.
Yeah,
Yeah, it is.
absolutely. Like
Yes.
the strippers who
Yeah.
find the guy who's like crazy about her, they love that. They love that. Here's somebody.
This
who
is like
they're gonna-
gambling.
They're gonna
where
keep
you-
coming
you,
back.
like find the addict. and
Yes.
entice them.
You twist them, right? You can like they're gonna come. They're gonna like I'm gonna play into it, and then I'm gonna
Yeah,
even if-
sure,
even
you
if I
can
know they're
borrow
gonna
against your house. Yeah, take out another mortgage. Yeah.
It's also very similar to gambling. I think the industry is very similar to gambling in that regard as well. So in the same way, like, yeah, don't like get into gambling if you can avoid it. Don't get into drug use. Don't get into alcohol abuse. Don't get into sex work because it's not going to be good for you in the long run.
Lactoid, when did you turn it into the bad guy from Footloose?
Dude, I haven't even seen that. That's how cultured I am.
That joke would have killed with millennials.
I am a millennial. But these,
Yeah, you're like the Zoomerist millennial or the millennialist Zoomer.
Yeah, I am like right on the edge.
Yeah, you're in the liminal space, as they say.
Yeah.
There's a boomer around here.
We're a little bit boomerish sometimes. Huh? It's okay though.
I'm a turbo boomer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, what is a turbo boomer?
It's a boomer that is online instead of the boomers that are not only on Facebook. Facebook is like the boomer quarantine, like the boomer corral, but I've escaped.
Yeah.
I'm in the wild.
They let you out of your cage.
Yeah.
We did it, boys. We found the boomer quarantine zone.
I think boomers are. By the way, boomers like they're worse off in some metrics, right? But like one of the metrics that consistently boomers are just better off than like other generations are is amount of friends, like or even having friends. Like this is crazy. 22% of Gen Z, they said they don't have any friends at all. 22% compared to only 9% of boomers.
And yet they'll still blame capitalism for their depression instead of the fact that they are online
Yeah, or
7 hours a day and have no friends.
But like imagine like not having a single person that you can like, oh, that's my friend. Like that's just kind of horrific, honestly. Like feels a little bit like and then these people are the people that seek out sex workers, right? Because for companionship.
Yeah, or on Twitch. Wait, no, sorry, I can't bite the hand. Parasocial relationships.
Yeah, I've criticized parasocial relationships before. I think sometimes they go way too far. I think sometimes they are. I think often they're.
And if you'd like to hear more about it, please like and
subscribe. Yeah. Well, just like you got to be conscious of like what you're offering. So like if you are like, oh, we're all best friends. I care about you as much as like my mom. Like there's
it's like what Critical Role does. They're like, oh, be good to each other, and like, oh, love each other, and like, oh, we're so proud of you, and it's like, that always makes me feel kind of icky.
Exactly. Like, yeah, shit. Although I'm curious. I would want to see a study showing like the negative effects of those kind of relationships with Twitch as opposed to the sex workers ones. Because I've seen a couple studies on the sex work, and the people who buy sex work are not happier overall for doing it, right? Not just like, of course, you're going to be controlling for a demographic that's not happier overall, but you're going to be even controlling for that, like before and after doing it.
Mm.
They're
There's
more
probably
happy.
fewer sexually transmitted diseases, but much more obesity. So, zing.
Jesus, you're gonna roll tonight, boy. You're gonna roll.
That's right. Brutal.
Brutal.
Savage.
Savage.
Since you're a attorney or lawyer,
That's me.
how do you feel about contributory negligence
As like a civil
as a
litigation
concept?
It's like a theory.
I love it. It makes total sense to me, right? If you are in part responsible for getting hurt, maybe you shouldn't get as much as if you are not responsible for getting hurt. Right? Like one of the biggest
Well, what's like the classic example?
Sure, here's a classic example. So generally speaking, you have a duty as a person to watch where you're going. You like not be stupid. Watch where watch your step. And so if you are walking and then like down below there's like a little divot in the sidewalk or like a deviation, and your foot hits that and you trip and fall flat in your face. Like, yeah, is the person who put the divot there a little bit responsible? Yeah. But you are also responsible because you have a obligation to watch your step. Right?
Yeah.
We can't have a situation where like nobody's ever responsible for doing something stupid. Otherwise, you're just gonna have like a system that rewards idiocy, I guess is the way to say it.
You could have like a really extreme case, like you're driving down the road and there's like road work being done, but they put the sign like not out far enough, so like you have to brake harder, but you're driving your car with your eyes closed.
Yeah.
Smash into it. It's like, well, yeah, even if you had your eyes open, like there was additional risk because of what they did, but you also contributed a massive amount by having your eyes closed.
Absolutely. So like, does that make sense? Like that, to me, that seems like a perfectly valid concept. Like where you are, if you're partially responsible, you should pay
Partially
the cost of
responsible
that.
through negligence.
Through negligence, yeah. Like you're just like closing your eyes, or you're not looking at the ground when you're walking. You're just like fucking head in the clouds, and like you trip on something. Because you can trip on anything.
Don't follow the directions on like the drill, and it explodes in your hands.
So how would you reconcile that with like a mother and her children getting kidnapped? If she like she took them to the store, and instead of like watching them, she like let their child go play across on the other side of the store, like way out of her view, and that child got kidnapped.
Yeah, I'd punish her.
Yeah, or she leaves a gun unlocked and the kid shoots himself.
Yep.
Yeah, I think the parents are like super responsible there.
Mm-hmm. I think that'd be ridiculous for somebody to do that. To like just
You're
leave
making
their
kids
kid.
sound bad.
To leave their kid just like on the other side of the store. Yeah, you should get in trouble. Like I think
parents
cops
actually act in loco parentis. So.
Well, and cops will do that, by the way. Like if you're like if a cop like there's a kid like wandering on the side of the road, like the cop's gonna stop, pick the kid up, and then like once they find the parent, be like, you know you can't do that, right? Like you have to watch the kid. You have to make sure the kid like doesn't wander out into traffic.
Yeah, there's a video, you can find it online pretty easily, of this kid. I think he's got a life jacket on, but he's like in the middle of a lake, like splashing around and crying. And this guy's kayaking and he sees the kid and he goes over and hauls him up. And his dad was like drunk, had been on the boat. The kid like fell off the boat and the dad didn't notice, or they were like fishing or something. and the dad took off in the boat, and the kid fell off, and the dad didn't notice. And so the guy like takes the kid to the dad who's still drunk, like on the other side of the lake, and like dries the kid off because he's been in the water for like 20 minutes or something. And like, yeah, that's like child endangerment. Very
I
bad.
would consider that to be child endangerment. Yes.
All right, so to bring it full circle, how does this apply to sexual assault and women drinking too much?
That's what I thought this was going. So, like, what did... I guess the question is, like,
I would say that the
negligence only applies to
negligence-
accidents, though, right?
well, I would say the negligence is getting yourself drunk to the point where you no longer have control of your body.
But that's only negligence if it contributes to you harming others, not because it makes you a special victim. Because there's another principle in the common law that's you take their victim as you find them, right? So like the eggshell skull, being like putting yourself in a position where you're particularly vulnerable is not contributory negligence.
Right. Like, if... Okay.
Wait, it is
Yeah.
because like the example like of the car accident, right?
Well, it's not that,
That
you're...
was
It's
your-
not that you're putting your... Like, it would... It's not that you're
Driving
putting yourself...
a car with your eyes closed is negligent because you're exposing other people to risk.
No, but you're the risk is to yourself also.
Right. But yeah, the risk is also to yourself. True.
Yeah,
But
but that's like incidental.
I guess...
Not to drive you with your eyes closed.
Right. I understand the point, right? And then I think the response would be like, the reason generally we don't apply this to like crimes is because like negligence is a different kind of like legal standard where it's like there's an accident that occurs and like somebody's responsible for the accident, and so this is how much money they get, right? They get compensated. This generally isn't like applied in the same like in criminal ways.
Wait, but what about the example like the mother who like lets her kid go across the supermarket?
That wouldn't be like, that wouldn't necessarily be like unless the mother sued like Walmart or something for like not keeping a safe place.
Parents have a special obligation to the child, so there's like child endangerment is the thing. You have, like,
Yeah.
a special...
So when you say
You
someone
don't
has a
have
special obligation to
obligations to
themselves,
yourself. No, you don't have a special obligation to yourself.
I think the
Wait,
trip and fall
You
example
can
though,
kill
right?
yourself if you want
Well, hold on,
to.
hold on.
You can break your own arm if you
Yeah,
want to.
well, hold on. We'll stop you though. And like the trip and fall example is like you do have an obligation to some extent to like watch where you're going because you might get hurt, and so you can't just go sue somebody because if you are an idiot and you slip and fall and like hurt yourself. I mean, you are going to sue them because that's how America works. But
Yeah, but that's not a special obligation to yourself. Would be like you wouldn't even be able to deliberately hurt yourself, right?
No, the special
no, because
obligation
this is an
if
a fortiori argument. Like if you have a special obligation that prevents you from exposing yourself to risk, then certainly it also prevents you from deliberately engaging in the harm, right? Like if it restricts you from the risk, which is like more inchoate, then certainly it would restrict you from the less inchoate, deliberate, malicious action. But it doesn't. So there can't be a special obligation.
But if we're talking about, but we're not talking about a deliberate case because we're talking about someone doing harm against us.
No, but
So
what I'm saying is because you can deliberately hurt yourself, it means you don't have a special obligation to yourself.
So you disagree with
you
the
can't,
example
like,
of the person walking down the
legally.
sidewalk, right?
You can't like
You can legally hurt yourself. You can
well,
stab
they,
yourself.
no, they
There's
will
the
stop.
law
They will.
against it.
They will stop you though. Like they will. If you're a threat to yourself or others, or to yourself or others, like the police have the authority to come and like put you under like a mental health hold, where they will lock you up in a facility against your will. So like you.
Yeah,
there's
but
no
you
like.
won't,
It's not
but
illegal.
it's not a crime.
It's not a crime,
right?
but they will stop you.
Sure, but the point isn't whether they stop you. The point is whether you are violating a special obligation, and you're not. If you were, you would be exposed. You're not liable for that, right? You can't like. There's no like law one of whose elements was that like, oh, we're gonna punish you because one of the elements was you hurt
So,
yourself.
But are you saying criminally or just any type of law?
Either
Because-
like someone can't
Right.
sue
Well,
you
hold
for
on.
hurting yourself.
Well, yeah, because like if the insurance company finds that you were negligent, then they won't pay out.
They can
either
sue you
the
for
whole-
fraud. They can't just
No.
sue you because you hurt yourself.
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, if it was like driving your car, like the example you gave, but then the insurance company found that you were negligent, then they have grounds to not pay out the claim.
Yeah, but not paying out their claim is different from suing you.
So
But-
to be pedantic,
but they
they,
would-
to be
but they-
pedantic, they
they
could
wouldn't-
sue you actually. So the idea would be, let's say you try to kill yourself with like a gun, and like the gun was faulty or whatever, and went off like before you pulled the trigger, but like you were aiming at your own head because you had intended to kill yourself, but you sued the gun manufacturer anyway. The immediate argument to like, well, no, you were partially negligent because you were aiming a gun at your head, right? And so then we shouldn't pay as much. And if they paid like a full amount and then later found out that you were trying to kill yourself, like they would file
Yeah.
like a subrogation claim and sue
This
you.
is very different from like
It's very different, yeah.
if you had a fiduciary duty to yourself, right?
Right,
You don't
right.
have like a duty to yourself to not hurt yourself, which also like any duty.
But that is the
That's-
basis for them being able to file that follow-up claim. Is because
No, it's not.
You-
It's that part of the legal theory of why they had to pay the damages was false, and so they want to relitigate it with new evidence.
Right.
wait, no, because if the initial claim that they paid out, if they had found out that you were doing this on purpose, they wouldn't have paid out the claim.
Yes, exactly. But they wouldn't have sued you, right? They wouldn't have said like okay, like suppose you didn't have like okay, the insurance company finds out that you successfully stabbed yourself and you didn't make any kind of claim or anything on them that they're going to have to like try to claw back from you, right? They just discover this information that you stabbed yourself. They can't sue you. They can't like
No, they
if they alert the police could maybe come in and like put you on a mental health hold or commit you against your will or whatever. They might be able to do that, but they couldn't take you to court and like have you like assess a fine or like have you be guilty of a crime. There's like none of the things that exist. Like what are other times there's special obligations? Doctors have a special obligation to their patients. Like medical professionals in general have special obligations to their patient, and if you violate that, then you can be sued. You can like lose your license, right? There's all these things that can happen to you, but that doesn't exist in the case of just yourself, like people in general.
Well, the reason I think we call those special obligations is because they're an extension of the obligation that we already understand that applies to ourselves.
Okay, well, why isn't it a crime to try to hurt yourself? It's not a civil
Don't-
violation. You won't be assessed a fine. Like,
Oh, okay. So here's the distinction I'm trying to figure. I see is that if you say you can hurt yourself, okay, fine. Then if you do something that leads to you being hurt, then you either have to say, well, I did this deliberately, and the hurt that I incurred, I did to myself, so there's no issue, or I didn't do this deliberately, and the hurt that I incurred to myself is a problem.
yeah, the question is about liability, right? So there's an injury, and it's not like when they find out that you have the liability, then you are assessed, right? Like you're held responsible for all the damage. No, that's not true. Like if someone else is found responsible for the damage, or if you contributed to it, that can like people are only responsible in proportion to how liable they are for the harm that you incurred. But like if you had a special obligation to yourself, that like if there were a special obligation to yourself, it would be much stronger than the obligation that anyone else has to you, right? But like if that were true, then if there were any contributory negligence, like you would have to cough up money, but you don't. Right? You don't have to do that when you're like assessing attorney's fees. This isn't like part of the legal theory of liability.
I think as far as like law, there I have to like Google it. I'm in the middle of the game right now, but as far as like law, I think kind of what like Tori was talking about earlier, like there is like a legal concept of like if I was like drunk and I hit someone, but that person that I hit was jaywalking, then outside of just the insurance company, I think like the civil remedy for that person would be less because the court would say, hey, yes, this person did you wrong, and yes, they hurt you, but you violated some sort of obligation to yourself to keep yourself safe, so that person is less liable.
Yeah, but what wouldn't be contributory negligence is if like you just ran like a whole lot, right? And you're like coming back from a jog and you don't place yourself in the middle of the street. You're just like walking down on the sidewalk. The drunk driver veers in and hits you, but like you, because you just finished running, like you weren't as agile, right? And so like, oh well, that like that's not contributory negligence.
Yeah, I don't think, but there's a level
to
like
me,
a
making yourself drunk,
reasonableness.
To me, making yourself drunk is like lowering your ability to dodge the car. Yeah, I mean, being drunk is a perfect example. Like, if the person getting hit was drunk and not in the middle of the street, but just on the sidewalk, right? Their being drunk wouldn't be contributory negligence, right? So if you're just like drunk, if you see two people, but if you see two people, and like take like the person who's sexually assaulted, right? So you're at a party, you have like two people. One of them gets like completely blasted, right? And the other one doesn't. And they're both like, they both go and lay down in a room and they fall asleep, right? And then they each get, SA'd, right? It's like laying down in the room is not like being in the middle of the road, right? You're not like contributing. There's no contributory negligence there. So the only difference so this is like they're both on the sidewalk except one of them is drunk. They each get hit by a car. There's no additional contributory negligence from the drunkenness.
I don't agree with. I don't think that's analogous. I think the analogy would be if I'm trying to think of an analogy. Well, the distinction I see is that you getting blackout drunk puts you in a state of a certain amount of loss of control of your body that
also true in the sidewalk case, also true in the car case.
How so?
Because when you're drunk, you're not able to like jump out of the way of the car because your reflexes are slowed.
I don't think that's reasonable. I think that would be my
So why isn't it? But it is reasonable to expect. So it's unreasonable to expect a drunk person to jump out of the way of the car, but it is reasonable to expect a blackout drunk person to resist being sexually assaulted?
No, you have it backwards.
Like my analysis is these cases are exactly analogous, and the drunkenness just makes it so that people aren't as able to defend themselves when they're in situations that would otherwise not be negligence. Right? That's my analysis. So it's like but-for analysis, and the drunkenness doesn't contribute negligence on its own. That's my analysis.
Okay. So same example. You have a drunk person driving and a non-drunk person driving.
Yeah.
And they both get in an accident. What would you say then?
Well, I need to hear more details. What are they supposed to be liable? Damage to themselves? Damage to their car? What are they? Are they driving someone else's car? What's the liability?
Well, no, it's just comparable to like the sidewalk example. Like
I guess I don't know what your question is.
No, okay. You said the sidewalk example. They're both on the sidewalk. One person's drunk, and the other person isn't. So there's no more responsibility on either one of them because they were both on the sidewalk, right?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I'm saying there are two people driving a car. They get in an accident. One was drinking, the other one wasn't.
Yeah, so like operating a motor vehicle makes it so that you have more obligation to not have diminished capacities. So if you cause yourself to have diminished capacities, you're like failing in this obligation, right?
What obligation are you feeling?
To operate the motor vehicle responsibly. Whereas like walking down the street, there's no like requirement that you walk down the street sober. But there is a requirement that you be driving sober, right? Because it's like reckless otherwise, because you're going to hurt someone.
Or you could get hurt.
Yeah. Because cars are dangerous in ways that sidewalks aren't. So unless you think like parties are dangerous in ways that like, I don't know, bars aren't, or in ways that your house
I would
isn't.
say I would say putting yourself in a state where you are so out of control of your body to the point where you can't move and even be woken up is that is the negligent part.
Okay,
and
so you think this is just as true if you found someone, I don't know, someone forgot to take their medication, and so they fall into like a really deep, so they're like Rip Van Winkle themselves because they didn't take their medication. So you think they're responsible for all the bad stuff that people do when they come across them in the park and they can't defend themselves against it?
To a certain extent, I would have to like hash that out. But I would say to that same person, if like someone has seizure disorder and they didn't take their medication,
yeah,
and then they had a seizure while driving, and then
while driving, yes. But if they were at a party and they had a seizure and someone stomped on their neck because they couldn't like defend themselves in a fight, right? Like you're dating someone and like their ex-boyfriend is at the party and is hyper pissed, and you like forgot to take your epilepsy medication, so you have a seizure, and then he comes and stomps on your neck. It's not like, oh, you contributed to this guy stomping on your neck, making you a paraplegic because you didn't take your epilepsy medicine. No, like that. In the cases where you're driving the car so that you're negligent, so that like you diminishing your own capacities, or like you not affirmatively ensuring that your capacities are like maintained. When you're operating a motor vehicle, you're exposing others to risk. That's like a public risk that you are perpetrating on other people.
I'm not worried about like
so
that.
They are responsible. Like when you're exposing other people to risk, you have like a due diligence that includes not being drunk, right? But I don't think you have that same due diligence. Like being at a party doesn't put other people at risk.
It's not about so it's not about the other people. So this is how I look at it. So I know time we jump to women and sexual assault. I think people have like special feelings about that. I have narcolepsy, and one of the I'm not on this drug right now, but one of the drugs they give me is called Xyrem. Like you look this up, Xyrem is basically a medical form of GHB, which is like the daybreak drug. So if I have to take that twice a night, but like once I take that, within 10 to 15 minutes, like I'm out. I mean out like, it's GHB basically. It's just a medical version. So if I were to go somewhere like around people that I don't know, and I decide, well, I want to get a good night's sleep tonight, so I'm going to take that, which I'm choosing to, then I think I think if I did that and then something happened to me, to some extent, I would have to hold myself responsible because I could have not. Now, maybe I didn't have a good of a night's sleep, or it may be, but I need to, threat assess, or whatever you want to call it, examine my environment around me, and then make a decision. Do I take that medicine tonight? And it's the same thing, like if I live in the house alone, which they tell you shouldn't take this if you're like by yourself, or if like, because like what if a fire happens, or like what if something bad, like you're in the house by yourself, there's no one there to do anything because you're completely passed out. So, just like someone choosing to drink, and just like me choosing to take that medication, I have to accept some risk. It doesn't absolve the other person completely, but I have to exercise my obligation to keep myself safe and not put myself in situations where I could be harmed.
I mean, if you're talking about the requirements of prudence or wisdom, I agree. But we're not talking about the requirements of prudence or wisdom. We're talking about like legal theories of contributory negligence. And to me, you're talking about criminal behavior, like someone violating your bodily autonomy, like intentionally inflicting harm on you. We're not in like the kind of contributory negligence that's relevant there is not like you failed to anticipate the threat, right? Like, oh, you left your door unlocked, and so that's contributory negligence for the serial killer who came in and like murdered your family. I don't think that's true, because like it's true that prudence should tell you to lock your door, and it's also true that like maybe you have an obligation to your family to like keep them secure, but I don't think that's a legal obligation, right? I don't think it's child endangerment to not lock your doors.
Okay, so I Googled it. It says a plaintiff contributes to his own injury when his behavior falls below what is required by the reasonable person standard, which gauges what the reasonable person would have done to protect himself from injury. So, in
I
other
think
words,
lots of people get drunk at parties, and I think looking at someone getting drunk at a party as like, well, that's unreasonable. So I line up the train.
I also don't think it's like
don't think
reasonable
so.
to expect that kind of harm, right?
Yeah.
I would say getting drunk. I think I think it's like a sliding scale. I think getting drunk to the point where you pass out and no longer have like any motor function. I think that goes by. I think that passes the reasonable person's standard.
But that's just as true for someone who's asleep.
Do you think somebody
No,
walking?
if you're asleep, you wake up. Like,
Do you think that
you
somebody,
might not?
Do you think somebody?
You might not if someone just gropes you, or
Do
if
you-
someone like
Hold on.
penetrates you like orally. You might not wake
Hold
up.
up. If do you think that somebody's responsible, at least partially, if they go to like a bad neighborhood and they get mugged?
Yes.
Okay.
So this is very different than the theory of like reasonable person standard.
So, actually, I have a question. If a drunk driver is driving, okay, somebody gets in their car, they're drinking, they've been drinking, and they're driving. Would it not be self-defense if I shot the drunk driver driving next to me?
Command center upgrade complete.
Are they? They have a
They're
reasonable fear
wielding
of
a
your
weapon,
life.
and my life is in
Is
danger.
it aimed at you? Is
They're
your life
driving
in
next to
danger?
me. Yes.
I don't know about that. That doesn't seem.
It's a
Persuasive.
2+ ton vehicle going at ridiculous speed. Going
If
to
it was
crash into
going,
me.
if it was going head on to you, yes, but you're both traveling in the same direction.
Okay, so somebody like
There's
has
a
their
there's a
weapon
risk
just-
of them swerving into you though, right?
Yeah, if somebody has their weapon at
Yeah.
their side and they have their finger on the trigger and like they're squeezing really hard on it, do you think
No, you
like should
can't.
I?
You can't kill someone who isn't pointing a gun at you just because they have a finger on the trigger. You're gonna like go to like a firing range and just blow everyone away. Oh, they're coming right for me. Like what?
Well, no, it's obvious that this person is visually or is completely impaired by their drinking.
Okay, so here's the example they gave.
They're not
Instead,
acting rationally. To expect them to agree to any sort of like
If it's okay to kill
commonality.
people who aren't acting rationally, like 90% of the world is going bye-bye.
No, if they are danger to you, which I would argue a drunk driver driving next to you is
But it's
as
not
much of a
any
danger.
amount of danger that justifies lethal force. They are some danger.
By
to
what
you.
standard?
I don't think. But you have to have a reasonable fear for your life, and I don't think.
Yeah, they're drunk and driving a weapon.
I don't. Yeah, but I don't think driving next to a drunk person is like the same as someone pointing a gun at you. I think the risk to your life is much, much lower, such that you don't have a reasonable fear for your life just because there's a drunk person driving next to
Have
you.
you ever seen like what happens in a car accident?
No, I actually don't understand what car accidents are. I need you to explain them to me.
Sure, like mangled metal everywhere, death.
Yes.
Yeah. I think you're being silly.
Well,
No,
I mean,
my point is that the risk of an accident is not sufficiently higher. That's my point.
well, yes.
When
Not
they're
that
drinking or if they're
not that if you're in the specific scenario you called out, not just in general if someone's drinking. The specific scenario where you're like driving right next to someone, you could like slow down your car and they'd be going in front of you, or like you're right next to them. So unless they just like swerve their car into you immediately, but that's not like what drunk drivers do.
So I have an obligation to go around them, or to remove
No,
myself
you
from
just
the
don't.
situation.
You just. Well, I don't know about
Yes,
a duty
I would
to.
say yes.
I don't know about a duty to retreat. I just don't even think you have a reasonable fear for your life.
True, most accidents are caused by sober drivers. You know that?
Yeah. So
I'm going to need you to explain how complete impairments while driving a very fast-moving weapon doesn't equal danger.
It's not that it doesn't equal danger. Are you like not? What is not penetrating your skull here? It is dangerous.
Your
There is additional danger.
non-logic.
It just doesn't. It just doesn't rise to the level of a threat to your life that is so clear and present that it would justify using lethal force in self-defense. A drunk guy with a baseball bat next to you is also a greater risk to you, but not a sufficiently great risk to justify killing him in self-defense.
By what standard?
I think
By
the
the
standard would be
reasonable
once
person
he
standard. I don't
takes
think a
action
reasonable
towards you.
person.
Okay,
I
so
don't
you're
think
expecting a drunk person to be reasonable.
No,
No.
I'm expecting us to, when we are analyzing the situation, to use the reasonable person standard about not what the reasonable person would do in the drunk person's case, the drunk person situation, but what a reasonable person would do in the other person's situation. And I don't think a reasonable person would go around murdering drunk people just because they were holding weapons.
Yeah, I think you
But
would
they're
have
not,
to wait
they're not
for
just
them
holding
to.
weapons, they're utilizing weapons in ways
Yeah,
that
if
can
then
hurt
if
you.
they were driving the car at you, that would justify it. But they're not driving the car at you. They're driving the car near you, and that's not enough.
Okay, maybe
Yeah.
maybe if the wild drunk man is now shooting the gun all over the place, then it like works for you, but
Yes, I don't think you can just go find a drunk person in the South and like sniper dome them in the head just because they have a gun on them.
with the specific scenario I laid out was that we were both traveling in the same direction. Not
Yes.
I'm up on a hill where he would have
Yes.
to crash through multiple layers of trees to even attempt to get towards me.
Yeah, you're traveling in the same direction, so the car isn't even traveling at you.
And he can't change direction?
He can't? That's a weird car.
I
no,
think
I'm asking a question. Like I'm
Yeah,
asking you a question.
No,
Can he
cars
not change
cars
direction?
cars can change direction, yes. And once he changes
Mhm.
direction, once the car is like traveling in your direction, then you have a greater fear.
What if?
But
Okay,
I
so then you
also don't
agree
know
with
that,
my
like,
argument,
getting-
and this has been silly.
Well, no, I feel like this is kind of like the stand your ground thing. Like, I think like if you're
Are
driving
you
next
drunk?
to a
I think
car,
you said you were drinking.
if you're driving next to a car
Can
and
you
this
shoot someone who's
person is
arguing
drunk,
with you drunk? Do you have a
I
reasonable
think
fear
you
for
could
your
just,
IQ?
No,
like,
you
move
just
lanes or, like,
you just
drive away
explained to
from
me
them.
back my argument and then said this is what I'm saying.
Here,
No,
here-
I'm
wait, wait,
saying-
wait, wait,
claiming
okay.
that's not what I'm saying.
What about
That's bullshit.
what about this
That's
scenario?
bullshit.
Like somebody, a fugitive, like steals a car and is like driving down the road at like 90 miles an hour, and they go into like an urban area and they're driving down the street at like 110. At that point, like just by virtue of how fast that they're going, the risk they're posing to everybody else around them is sufficiently high enough that like the police can take them out if they get a shot.
Anyone could. Yeah.
Right. And so
I
the
mean,
question would be
yeah,
like
but-
if somebody's like drunk enough to the point like where they're driving in through like in a high rate of speed through an urban area, do like we get an
Well,
obligation?
I think it's very much like has to do with like the visible details. Like if they're going like super fast down a street that like wouldn't normally allow that, just by the nature of the street, like say it has wines or it has traffic lights or stuff like that. And if they're just blazing through shit, like obviously they don't care to like watch where they're going. Why are you going to assume they're not going to just pop the curb and like start mowing people down in the on the sidewalk? Like
Yeah, if they're going like 120 in like a school zone, I think you can probably like assume this person is
Clear and present danger.
posing a
Wait,
legal
but
threat to everybody else.
wouldn't the trade-off be if they're going a normal speed but drunk?
Maybe,
Like,
but I don't think the threat is like high enough because I mean,
If they're going enormous speed.
I
but
mean,
drunk,
but I mean,
if-
going 70 miles
if they
per
run
hour.
into somebody.
I mean, going 70 miles per hour, like it takes what, a fraction of a second to like hit the wheel the wrong way or slam on the brakes or do something, and like you can kill
yeah. So the argument would be like the reason why, but I don't think like if somebody's speeding, that's necessarily like a reason to use lethal. Like it's got to be like variables that make it thus like the risk that they're posing to people is high enough, right? Like
No,
if
I
you're-
mean, so here's like a car is a weapon at 25 miles an hour. Like you can kill someone with a single hit.
right, but it's
Um,
not enough of a weapon to justify killing drivers for going 25 miles an hour.
Well, if you hit, if the car hits you and you are going to die because it hits you, like
Yeah, and if the person was driving toward a crowd, then that would be one thing, right?
Right.
But we're not talking about that case. We're talking about the driving on the freeway. Maybe if the freeway was like super crowded and the cars ahead of you are stopped and the guy driving next to you isn't slowing down, like maybe.
That's still a
Maybe.
stretch though.
I think I would prefer to live in a society where people don't take those risks because I feel like the false positives are much worse than the false negatives.
I mean, yeah, I mean, you just get, I mean, you just make it, you make it so that that property rights are like valued higher, and that'll disappear.
Wait, what'll disappear?
A lot more negligence, like drunk driving. Like if you make the penalties like super fucking ridiculously high, because like, hey, you just fucked up my car, you Aegis. Like I'm going to sue you for what you're worth because you damaged my property.
People do that now.
Yeah. But also like we also have like a general like the courts like restrict how much like you can sue someone.
You can get some pretty ridiculous judgments. So there's certain situations in which there's statutory limits on so like the big one that I can think of is medical malpractice. There's only so much you can sue for. And the argument there is that they want to have cheap healthcare. So we can't let these outrageously large lawsuits happen. But for like a car crash, I mean, you can have. I'm pretty sure there's been like some recent one. Like there was a judgment. It was like a fatality in a car wreck, and the judgment was like $1.4 billion, or something like that. There was one woman who got she had sex with a guy in her car, and she got HPV, and then she sued and got like 38 or like no, it wasn't 30. It was like 5 million or something like that. So I don't know. I don't think the issue is necessarily like that people can't sue, because if anything in America, we're having a little bit of the opposite problem where people can really sue for whatever they want, and insurance companies are going to pay a little bit at least, even if it's complete bullshit.
I mean, I don't know. Higher insurance costs for corporations sounds like a win to me. Like,
Well, they
you
pass
screw some-
pass those costs on to you. You know that, right?
Sure, they pass the costs
But I
on to you,
mean,
but,
if
like,
their
if
costs
you-
go down, they're not going to lower their prices.
Of course they are.
No, they aren't.
Yeah, of course they are. They have that's how a market works. If everybody's has very low operating costs and it's a very competitive market, which insurance is, you're gonna go for whichever company has the lowest rates. So why?
No, I was talking about the corporations. Like, if they're saving money in one area, they're not going to lower their costs.
I'm confused. They're going to lower the premiums they charge customers.
No, no, but he said like cost of corporations, like in corporate insurance going up is a good thing. But you're like, well, they're just going to pass the cost over to the customers. Are you talking about the insurance company or the
I mean,
corporations?
I'm talking like, oh, go on. It's not towards me. Sorry.
The customer. So the customers of the insurance company. So
okay.
so like the businesses would be paying higher premiums to their insurance company. They'd have like a overall higher operating costs, so they'd have to charge more for their products. Look, judgments are just like taxes, in the sense of there is an effect that occurs when you hand them out. The money doesn't come from nowhere. So like these giant judgments that you see handed down from like these giant insurance companies, they don't lose, right? The immediate response is, okay, everyone's premiums are going to go up like $35 next year, and we're going to recoup the costs from that judgment. And then every company does that because they have to. Otherwise, they go bankrupt.
I mean, yeah, just like let people sue corporations for screwing them up. And then insurance won't want to insure them when they do the big fucky wucky.
That's interesting. Like, should they? You actually do see like a lot of situations where companies just will leave. They'll just like leave entire businesses or entire areas because it's just too risky. So, I think Florida was having a problem with this where like it just wasn't cost effective to like insure like flooding in certain areas. So, like the government took it over, and the government said, okay, because no companies operate here, we're just gonna insure everybody now.
Yeah, and those insurance premiums are so stupid high.
The premiums themselves aren't that high, but they are subsidized through taxes, which is like a hidden premium.
Well, the
right?
actual cost of them, like
Exactly.
the actual cost of them that the state then takes on via taxes, like it's stupidly high because there's no market.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, it's incredibly high.
Because the government took the market.
Question: what about restitution for identity theft? I guess I don't really know what that question's in regard. I think it should happen. Like I think there should be restitution for any crime, honestly. So I don't know what that's what in particular that's in regards to. Ooh, this guy's getting smarter. He's splitting up his Marines.
Brain split.
He's getting better. He's getting smarter. He's like, haha. Unfortunately, you think that a single turret's gonna deter this? Nope. Okay.
It's actually unfortunate how little you can do in some places in Florida, like because there is no like housing insurance. Like people just like you can't like contractors just won't come to you and like won't build because you don't have housing insurance. Like so if you want to like build a new house like on the coast, you either have to have money or have to have somewhere where there's housing insurance.
Have you lived in Florida before?
I live in Florida now.
Oh. How is it? Is it fun?
Turning into a fascist hellscape, but you know.
Is it actually getting worse? I thought it was getting better.
Well, some of the bills are more concerning. The censorship one for the journalists is fairly concerning, as well as, I mean, we just passed school choice, so there's a giant increase to the budget of the Department of Education.
Yeah, that's something that I know is like kind of split. I'm actually somewhat in favor of school choice. I know that there's
school choice is like on its face value, it's a beautiful thing. Like you can use the government who is stealing the money from you in the first place. You can now use those stolen monies to go to the school that you want instead of being forced into a zone district. Yeah, no, it's good on its face. I just think that the solution isn't having more public school.
What's up?
What's up, Tiberius, my man?
I got another buddy I might want to bring in on this one because we were supposed to do a panel show today, and then Connor canceled on us, so we're just kind of hanging out.
Oh, for sure. No, absolutely. Connor, he canceled on you?
Yeah. So we were gonna do. Yeah, excuse me. We were gonna do a Mask Off reunion episode, but the problem is, just in a nutshell, is that his wife is 3 weeks from her due date, so
oh shit,
it's getting kind of it's getting kind of dicey. Which is fine. I miss my friends to some degree, so.
Amigos.
All right, so.
So
Okay.
what was the panel topics planned? I mean, unless you want to save them for another panel, I guess that would make the most sense.
Like the panel was just like doing a mask off reunion, so we were just gonna like get together and chat about like just how everyone's doing, like catch up, that kind of shit, and then we'd talk about like whatever's been going on. Like Cyrus was wanting to talk to Connor about this loft person, which apparently is all the rage to talk to right now.
This what?
Apparently this person is somebody who gets all the views if you like have an interaction with them, which is why do you all do this to me? I will never understand it.
Wait, who are you talking about? What's this? Spill the beans. What's going on?
Are you familiar with Mr. Girl?
Oh God.
Yeah, Lav Loon was a retarded psychic. That's who he's talking about.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Wait, you don't like Lav?
I don't like retards. I'm sorry. That's not my place. My bad. Jesus Christ. No, I don't like people who habitually lie and say stupid shit. I mean,
that's fair.
I mean, I don't know that much about her, but from like the positions I've seen, I would say I agree with a lot of them. Now, I don't know how she goes about advocating for those, like in a debate.
She was nice to me. And that's about all I can say. I know that some of the positions have been a little bit weird. Like, she is anti-sex work now, but that's where she made most of her money, I'm pretty sure. And she's only against it one way, I think. That's what seems to be the case.
What do you mean?
So, like, she said anybody who buys sex work should be, like, arrested for being a violent criminal, but then, like, selling it is a real job, and they should be, like, accepted. Which is a pretty hot take, but...
Like, is that not, like, completely inconsistent, like, mentally?
I mean,
it's like, hey, you can go out there and you don't?
No, I would say
mean,
so.
isn't that just the argument for decriminalization?
Well, like now, so my issue with this is like, all right, so you're putting yourself out there to be used and selling your use, right? But then on the other side of that is like, if you actually partake in buying that, like then you're just culpable for that. I'm like, wait. Without the supply, there is no demand. Like, you all realize this, right?
I mean, but that's the argument that like a lot of people use for decriminalization. They'll say we don't want the actual sex workers to be punished because they might be sex trafficked, but we'll punish the people who try to buy to shut down the like.
Makes no sense. Or it's just like it's like putting your foot in the water, but not actually like jumping in.
I don't agree with it, but I wouldn't go as far as to say it makes no sense.
Yeah, what part doesn't make sense?
All right, well, like for real,
Sweden does it. So
like,
it could
for
work.
Me, yeah. Well, okay, like if somebody's made this work, I guess, whatever. But number one, I would think that you would go after the supply because I'm going to assume there's a lot more users than there are suppliers, right? If I'm wrong, then someone correct me. On the other side of that is if you deplore both sides, or if you deplore this particular action, why not hit both sides anyway? You can hit people for purchasing and people for selling. Like, go all in if you're gonna have a problem with this shit.
I would say feminism, but that might be a little too controversial.
So the Swedish model is basically that, where if the purchaser, which just because of how sex work works, it's going to always be the guy, and the purchaser is arrested and charged. The seller is not, ever. In fact, they're helped, right? They're given like government resources. They get like free I think it was like free vests, so like drivers can see them at night when they're crossing the street. So like it's actively supported by the government in terms of like the providers, but the sellers are criminalized. And the argument is absolutely one of paternalism, right? Like these women they're victims. They don't know what they're doing. We can't punish them. But the men, they know what they're doing. They should be punished. That's the idea behind it. So you could, I think that's what her argument is, what Lav's argument is. It just feels like so, to me, just so unfair though. Like, I don't know. There's certain words I would use that I don't think I can say on Twitch though. So.
Gamer words.
Yeah.
So what I'm hearing is the barracks bunnies have to wear their high ref vests, otherwise they don't get their VA money.
Wow. Oh my god.
Hey, listen, getting your VA money, that's a task in and of itself.
That's a good point.
First sergeant says, wear your high ref.
I don't know. So like, what do you feel like? It feels like a kind of a fucked up argument, right? Because I you know, as much as I think sex work is like bad, and as much as I think it's manipulative, like not only do I think like illegalizing it for either side is kind of fucked up in terms of like limiting bodily autonomy and the freedom to contract, but then there's also the argument where it's like, I actually sort of think that if anybody's the bad guy, it's the sellers, right? Like, how is this different than a drug dealer in any comparable way? Stunned them. They don't know what to say.
Wait, all right. So what did you ask? I kind of
mean,
just
it's-
zoned out for a second.
I said, aren't prostitutes basically like drug dealer is to prostitute as addict is to John? I think is like the comparison I'm making.
To some degree, yeah, but I mean, I'm not for decriminalization of like all drugs and shit either. So.
True, but do you think the drug dealers should be punished more or the drug addicts?
Oh, the drug dealer.
Right.
So, but this is the weird part for me. If you were actually going to make the argument of like who's doing harm and whatnot, the weird part is that you actually kind of have to, through my ethics, you actually have to hold in the prostitution conversation the users more are liable than the people who are doing it.
The people who are selling it?
Yeah, because more often than not, I would say it used to be the case. I don't know if you want to count it now because like OnlyFans is pretty safe, more or less. I would say more often or not, like the people who were originally the suppliers for this were more often not being like extorted or being put in positions to where like they were denigrated and actually like being harmed not only physically but mentally as well.
Well,
and emotionally.
That's true with most drug dealers too, right? Like most street dealers are not like kingpins. They're usually like owe people money. They're taken advantage of. I think the lifespan of a drug dealer in LA is like 2 years max. As like the average. So I guess not max, but like the average lifespan is like 2 years. So yeah, it's also like streetwalkers, or I think that's what they're called, right? Like that's also like a dangerous industry. But again, I think they are comparable in the sense of like the whole industry is exploitative from the top down. But that doesn't mean that the sex workers aren't exploiting the Johns, which is what people don't seem to ever consider.
That's definitely like a valid, like and particularly with OnlyFans, I actually feel like it kind of flips to where like there's a lot of these ladies who are absolutely just getting easy money out of very simple like people, for lack of a better term. And like, can you blame them? It's fucking easy cash. Like, you know, just show a little cleavage, you know, be a little flirty, and if you have even a remote skill in doing that, it's like, for me, like, as long as you're half decent and attractive, I see some of these women being very successful.
Right.
Again, obviously, I'm not saying they're the top of Twitch or anything like that, or the top of anything. Except maybe OnlyFans. But, you can make a pretty decent income off of this. Like, I mean, God, you like the whole meme of paying your way through college, like, that could kind of real. Kind of very real.
Well, they're also very popular on Twitch, right? I don't want to drop any names, but I think we all know.
Just go to the Just Chatting section. You'll see.
Yeah.
Exactly.
In fact, don't they have like a hot tub section now? Is that?
Yes, they have that too.
Yeah.
What's up,
Whole
Econo
category
Boy?
For being a simp, basically.
Yeah.
Hey, actually, out of curiosity, Lactoid, have you been in a conversation with Econo Boy? I think that would be like dope as fuck to watch.
I think I have been a while ago. We argued. about stuff. I think if I remember correctly, I think we pretty vehemently disagreed over a couple things, but it was a good chat.
Right. No, I like you both, and I would love to see you go square off a little bit on some stuff. It'd be very entertaining and very interesting. It wouldn't be just like, oh hey, you know, blood sports. It'd be like, oh, all right, this is a thought-provoking conversation, which I always adore, and we need more of here on Twitch. So, yeah, you two make it work. Just saying.
I'm always down. I never back away from any.
You gotta make yourself available on a Saturday or two. Come on, man. How are you like? Oh my god, dude. I love you, but how are you like making it to where I can never get you on one show? Like not even one show, man. And I've been asking for what, 3 months?
I'll look. It's fair. I'll make it happen. I'll reschedule some stuff and I'll make it happen. I'm actually it's hunting season coming up pretty soon, so
You're a hunter?
I'm gonna do it for the very first time this year, and we'll see how it goes.
Oh, okay.
I've never hunted before.
Let me give you the Texas rules on hunting. If it moves, shoot it. Okay, that's really simple.
That's what I was told too. Yeah.
Who rated me? Fuck.
Hey, congratulations.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out where's my thing here. The horseradish show? What the hell? Like, I appreciate it. I don't know who you are, and that's a very interesting name, but welcome. Yeah. But anyway, who's your friends?
What'd you say?
Who's your friends, Lactoid?
Who are my friends?
Yeah, like we got a Con O'Cunnin and a lime mashed potatoes. Interesting name.
Oh, sure. So this on Sundays, I try to do it's just like a it's not like a debate panel. It's just like a call-in kind of thing, where I play StarCraft and cool people join and chat. So we've been just chatting basically just about what we've been chatting about. Just a bunch of different topics have come up, and but no, these they watch my they're supporters of the movement, the anti-communist movement. And yeah.
So is this gonna be like a regular Sunday thing?
I've been trying to make it a regular Sunday thing. I mean, I don't see a reason why it can't be, but
I might have to like put in some time like every other Sunday for that or something.
Absolutely.
I mean, it sucks you can't be on my show, but at least I could hang out with you on your stuff because this kind of environment's pretty good. Oh, dude, that one panel you did, can we get a repeat at some point?
Which panel?
Oh, you hosted your own panel one time. Right? You put it all together and whatnot, and then you were basically the lawyer, and I'm just like, dude, where's part 2? Where's episode 2?
Yeah, that was good too. Yeah, I'm gonna do that as well. God, I gotta get that shit.
I have to ask the obvious question here.
No.
Why is your name Lactoid? Because I'm lactoid intolerant. It feels.
Are you lactoid intolerant or lactose intolerant? Which one?
I don't know. It depends on what you tell me.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah, man. I get asked that question a lot. Like, what does the name mean? But the reality is,
I was about to ask where you got it. So yeah.
Yeah. I came up with it very early on.
It's a dog whistle.
No. I was like 10 or like 11, somewhere around there, and I don't know. I just in my head, like I was just walking around all day at school, and it was just like that word for some reason was like. I couldn't tell you why I thought of it. It's probably some twist on words. Like maybe I heard like a Lactaid commercial and I misheard it, and then I was I don't know what it was, but for some reason Lactoid was just something that I was just thinking in my head, and then I tried using it as a username for RuneScape. And if you remember RuneScape back in the day, making a unique name without numbers in it was near fucking impossible, right? Because every username was taken. But Lactoid wasn't. That was like the one, without any numbers in it, that was just like a straight name that nobody else had thought of. And so then I used it, and then I started realizing for every single game that I would play, it was not taken. No numbers, no nothing. It was just short, easy name, and it was always open. So I just
kind of thinking
that intolerant now. I'm lactose intolerant. Okay,
we're good. Good shit.
I'm kind of thinking that like it's not actually a word, right? It's just kind of a phrase, right?
Yeah, as far as I'm aware.
So, Well, I guess that's the way to do it. Like, you really did find something that was unique. So.
He's just the milkman.
Some people call me the milk.
Brings you your milk.
When you say it like that, it makes me think of Sam Hyde, the Candyman. I don't know.
Listen. Nobody needs to talk about the lucky leprechaun man. him and his what was that one? Oh god. The Candyman.
Yeah, the Candyman.
The fucking Candyman.
Oh. So,
rolling.
Osiris, I think I remember when I was putting together the panel, the debate crate, we were looking into getting you on, but you couldn't make it that day. Do you do panel shows?
Depends on the panel. Like, no disrespect to, what's his name? One of the OG panel guys. What's his name? Not Dylan Burns, the other guy.
Mind Waves?
No, after that. The black dude.
Prime?
Yes, Prime. Like that's not my type of thing, right? Like I don't want to have screaming matches with everybody. It's kind of cringe. And it depends on the topics too, because I'm not informed on. I don't want to talk about things I'm not informed on. Or if I do show up, I'm just showing up. I'm not gonna say too much, except for my general feelings on it. So it's really not a lot of. I mean, the reason I entered it in this space is because it was like way back in the day, where Frames and Mind Waves and I think Vivi was around then too. I would just hop on random what do you call it? Random streams and just talk to people because it seems less so now because people are held to task more so than they were back then, but they would just say absolutely ridiculous things that are just not based in reality. So I would go challenge them on that. Not the type of gotcha challenges, just more like, well, why do you think this way, and how do you arrive to this conclusion? Because it's not really making any sense.
Did Vivian host a debate show?
No. These weren't panels. These were just more like people who are streaming.
Gotcha.
I think this Mark Monkey was around in Frames, Mind Waves. I don't know, just a bunch of people. Damn, what's that crazy dude's name? I don't know. I have terrible memory. But yeah. That's how I entered in this space, and I've just been kind of hanging around ever since till I found Tiberius, and then I was like, all right, this is the new home. Because I don't have to talk to a bunch of ridiculous, degenerate people.
Tiberius is a good guy.
Yeah, it got kind of old after a while.
I'm honored.
Some people are just not worth talking. I'll be honest.
Some? You mean most?
I mean, yeah, maybe.
It's so bad. Like some folks I'm really excited to meet, right? But there are some folks I'm just like, I see them on a panel, and I'm like, why? Why is my life? Why can't we have good things?
Because I think a lot of people enter this space not because they really care about the things that they're talking about, because it's just another space to enter where they can clout shark.
Yeah.
That's the issue, I think. Or maybe some people do believe it. I don't know.
If they do believe it, they've got to be completely demented, like just completely out of touch with reality.
I think a lot of people are out of touch with reality because of the way we live today. Like, people don't touch enough grass, and I hate to use the meme. People just look. I'm 43. When I was 10, there was no such thing as not going outside. Like today, the kids just don't go outside. They don't do shit. They see and they get pushed into these information silos where becoming a commie is enticing. And I'm like, wow, why? Like, where is this coming from? Where are your parents at?
Actually, for real, in all fairness, I want to ask you this, and that is, like, do you recognize the difference between these like young 20-somethings and like teenagers versus like some of these folks that are a little older, like even 25 or 29? Because like it seems like once they get to Pisco's age, like they're like, all right, I got a little experience under my belt. They're not as larpy or yuppie.
It depends on how engaged they are with the space, because engaging with the space furthers your trip down the Alice in Wonderland rabbit hole. Like, look at Vosh, right? He's ridiculous. He just says the most obscene, stupid shit possible because it makes him money also. And there's an incentive structure there. But if you're talking about the typical people, I think I think the older you get, the more you're willing to ground yourself more in what's realistic because you have responsibilities. Like I always say, right? Like buying a car or buying a house, or just having a kid fundamentally changes your outlook on life. So people just kind of migrate towards the normal at that point.
Makes sense. No, I think life experience is one of the best feeders for some of these ideologies. That said, though, like, I don't know. I think and I know Tiberius does as well, you know, you can build a little bit of tolerance to, like, some of the more aggressive debate people without necessarily, you know, falling into that, those pitfalls, right? Because, like, I try not to insult people when I'm debating them. I think I do a pretty good job. But, like, and that's even the case even when they're, like, outright just attacking me, right? They're saying crazy shit about, you know, whatever the fuck it is. So I think it's possible to engage with that without, like, falling into the same route, as long as you're sure about, like, your principles. You can be safe about it. You just can't let it, like, subsume you, which I do think happens a lot.
Some people are just almost impossible to talk to. Let me see. Like Vosh, I haven't talked to Vosh personally, but I would assume he's almost impossible to talk to because, like, the whole thing that he had a conversation with Destiny about the whether people should protect their property or not with deadly force was the most brain rotted conversation.
Oh, 100%, yeah.
And he just wouldn't admit it. He said that if a black guy was surrounded by a bunch of KKK members, that they should not protect themselves with deadly force because he wanted to hold fast to his ideology. I said, that's ridiculous. Shut the fuck up. Like, are you kidding me? And then, like, I love Pisco. He's a good guy.
He is,
but
yeah.
talking to him is hard. It's taxing. It's taxing on the mind. I don't have no ill words for him, but you have to come with your mind ready and clear. But this time at night, my mind is not ready or clear to talk.
No, I've debated Pisco a few times now. It's definitely lawyer-brained, but I like him.
I feel like I'm on a witness stand.
Dude, the biggest critics of lawyers are lawyers, dude. We know how terrible we are.
Fair enough. Could you all stop ruining the world, like, in some regards? Like, I would really appreciate it.
Sorry.
Like, I mean,
hard.
seriously, like, do you all need the legalese to where somebody can break into somebody's house and because they fuck up and get insta-karma, they can sue them back? Like, can we just admit that this is immoral as shit and stop doing it?
Is that a lawyer problem or a legal problem?
That's a lawyer problem. There is absolutely no reason why this should ever be in a legal code or anyone should ever defend this shit.
I mean, ultimately, most legal problems come down to the like, lawyers, right?
Somebody willing to do the thing.
Yeah, there's so, like, don't get me wrong, like, doctors have this problem too, you know, and particularly politicians have this problem. But they, like, people are willing to entertain some really fucking stupid shit, especially if it makes them money.
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah.
Welcome to America.
Money is the
Welcome
real
to the
Hustle is
universe.
real. The hustle is super real around here. If it makes money, it's on the table.
What was that? What was that musical? Was it Archie or Andy or something? It's money is the root of all evil or something. Am I remembering wrong? I don't know.
So is your problem just, like, grifters? Is that, like, just kind of where most of your frustration's coming from?
Like, grifters are one thing, but like, even people who, like, have an honest, or not even an honest, like, the folks who literally just come on here and I don't know how to phrase this. I'm a little elevated. I'll put it that way.
Okay.
We were just supposed to hang out and chill, right? Like, I wasn't, like,
That's what we're
prepared to
doing.
bring ammunition into this conversation. There is definitely a level where there's grifting, but there's something else here that's kind of, like, insidious to me, or just, I guess the word would be disgusting. There's a level where people go to stuff that is of no consequence. Like, I can watch some of these panels, and there's real ideas and real conversations going on to where it's like, all right, someone has some life experience to show that, like, this person's ideology is not really something you want to engage with. Because when put into practice, it's kind of fuck you up, and they can tell you why. Versus, like, there's this hyper, like, LARPy shit, I guess, where people believe, like, oh yeah, we should just nationalize all industry. And I'm like, what? Like, you can't possibly actually believe this, right? Like, you are, like, you're not a nitwit. Like, you like, have you opened a book? Do you know what you're talking about? Do you actually feel confident in what you're talking about? Because this has literally been horrible throughout all of human history.
Dunning-Kruger is alive and well.
True enough. Dude, I love your accent, by the way. It's fantastic.
It's pretty sick, yeah.
Thank you, I guess.
Now tell me what it is, because I'll insult you no matter what you say. So
Irish.
Okay.
Go on, say something about potatoes. I know you want to.
Hey, I like that. Because whatever, anytime somebody say something about black people, I know you want to say something about chicken. Do it. Just do it.
Oh, I thought it was watermelon. What? I'm sorry.
Hey, we have a whole culture of
that's
things
the
that we
old
can throw at.
racism. That's the old racism.
Listen, watermelon is delicious no matter what.
I'm sorry, I haven't gotten my racism like 3.0 patch yet. Like, give it time.
Yeah, you gotta get on board. You need to watch more racist shit on YouTube.
Oh, did you actually see the that one Asian creator, that video I put up in the thing or in that chat?
Oh no. Let me look at it now.
Like, it's fun. Like, I don't think anyone would be offended unless they're like absolutely ridiculous, because like he's literally making fun of his own, like, you know, culture. It's kind of fucking hilarious.
Hey, people should make fun of more people, and just laugh at it and not dissect it. That's what people should do.
Self-deprecating humor is the best kind of humor.
Oh, absolutely. What was it? There was this skit that somebody did where they were making fun of these like leftists, because they would they'd be like, oh, you're culturally appropriating for like wearing a sombrero and a poncho, right? And then the guy literally has video of him like in Mexico, just like going down to like the bazaar. Sorry, wrong word for it, but you know, going down to the fiesta,
the shop,
and like people would be like, oh man, you look good, you know, it's great to see you. We're like, where are you from? You know,
oh yeah, they
just
didn't care. Yeah.
No, like if anything, it's actually a sign of respect for most other cultures to try to emulate other people's like standards and norms. Like going into the Arab world and not looking like a fucking standout tourist, but actually like getting in garb, is that they'll notice you're still like, not you're a foreigner, but they'll actually understand like, hey, you're melding in. You understand. You're trying to get us. Like, for every other culture in the world, it's a sign of respect. For this fucking culture, we just hate ourselves. We like, everyone else is better, and you cannot degrade them.
Yeah, the cultural appropriation conversation specifically, I think, is like a really weird. Because it almost implies some kind of like directly, like, doesn't even imply it. It's just very explicit about it, like racial ownership. This idea of like, you own this concept. Yeah, ethnic ownership. Yeah. Like, you own this concept by virtue of your birth. Because of what your birth is.
I love hearing about how the right is just so fucking racist. Whenever I've seen in my lifetime, and particularly the last 10 years, the left openly become ethno-nationalists, and they don't even seem to realize it.
It's the right kind of ethno-nationalism, though, right? That's the argument.
The Volkism is strong, yeah.
It is, and Scott says that a lot, like Volkism, and I think he's right. That is what it is.
It's just a weird.
Wait. What did you say? I'm sorry, I zoned out for 10 seconds.
Volkism or Volkish, so like Volkism was like the Aryan ideology, like, oh, this is peak human, and so like it was based on like ethno-nationalism, which is like the nation of Aryans are superior, blah blah blah. It's just a different kind of nationalism where it's like, oh, you belong to one of the alphabet boy groups, like, or you're in the in group of all the gays and everything. Like, you're one of the good ones,
Mm-hmm.
and if you're not part of the in group, then you get purged.
Yeah, it's very much about in-group, out-group preference, stuff like that. Something interesting that I saw, which is you know, I don't really know what to make of it, but in the United States, white liberals are the only group that actually has a out-group preference.
I was about to say that.
Yeah.
Because if you look at the people who are the most mad about this whole appropriation shit, it ain't the people who are being appropriated. It ain't anybody else. It's white people. Why are y'all so mad about everything though?
Like, so I've got a theory about this, and there's a few other folks that kind of share this, and that basically goes to white people actually looked in the mirror and had the dignity to fucking do it, particularly after World War II, where we're like, wow, like we are really capable of some fucked up shit. The problem is we just got to the point of openly rejecting like everything and everywhere we came from. Like wokeism to me, like I putting it in a nutshell, is anti-Christian, anti-capitalist, and anti-liberal or like ideology. Like in a nutshell, it's just like however we got to where we are now, that has been a fucking mistake. Throw it out the goddamn window, right? Actually, an anti-patriarchal qualifies too.
Yeah, I thought that.
Yeah, like for real, it's just like I will get where people are like, hey, by our standard, even like George Washington and Thomas Jefferson are people that we probably would find in contempt. But like the part that completely just pisses me off is like y'all got to stand on somebody's shoulders. And I'm totally cool where you're like, hey, you know what? Columbus was a dickhead even for his own day. Hey, the Confederates were dickheads even for their own day. But like people like Thomas Jefferson and John Adams and George Washington and yada yada yada, these are the people who paved the way for us to get to the point where we have the damn dignity to ask ourselves these questions in the first place.
Side note, here's the most based ironic thing ever. The word woke was culturally appropriated also. Fuck them people.
Wait a minute. What do you mean?
Woke is a word from the 70s that was coined by the Black Panther type people. Yeah, it's an old black word because you have to stay. They used to say "stay woke." Yeah,
that's hilarious.
There's so many levels of irony with the so-called liberals these days that I just can't anymore. And 20 years ago, I would have called myself a Democrat and proudly have said that. Today, I'm like, I don't even know politics. Fuck politics. I don't care. They're all retarded.
20 years ago, I was
become based.
20 years ago, I was young. I probably didn't have any ideology 20 years ago. I'll be honest.
There's a massive difference between the Democrats of Bill Clinton versus the Democrats of now. Let's be very real about that.
That's true.
True. And the Bush of that era and whatever's happening now.
True. Like, I'll put it this way: I get where people have a little bit of like the outrage towards the right, because the right was really slow at changing, and then all of a sudden they've changed a lot, and it's kind of like a massive shock. But like for me, the left has been like slowly changing for literally since about 2008 is when I feel like the change started. And you know, at first I was like, all right, cool, you know, change, you know, it's kind of needed. Now I'm like, I'm not left. Like I can't identify with a lot of these folks, even though like I can agree with them on a number of things, but like there's something so disgusting about like where Democrats went.
I think it's not the ideas. I don't think it's the ideas. I think it's the methods. The methods are stupid. Some of the methods about how they go about things are absolutely ridiculous.
Well, if anything, I deplore the Republicans when it comes to methods far more. What it comes down to is like the left has, excuse me, I cannot talk. The left has dropped up some ethics that I'm not on board with. I fucking hate that the Republicans and the right are all about purity, but the left has picked this up too recently to where everyone's purity testing each other. I'm like, can you all get off the purity train? Like, it doesn't do you any favors.
Leftist purity checking each other? How do you do that?
Just cancel.
You don't have ethics. Like, you don't have principled takes. You can't like purity test.
That's why they
anything.
just keep canceling everybody. Well, you know, to be fair, the right canceled Milo Yiannopoulos, so there's that.
Did they?
I don't think the right has a lot of good principles.
I thought that was the left canceling him and the right just giving up the fight because it wasn't worth it anymore.
Yeah, like They saw the
What
writing
I
on the
understand
wall.
is when he said the whole comment about the little boys and the preacher thing, the right was like, you know what, we're done with you, dude.
Yeah, it was. It's literally you're no longer one of the good gays.
Yeah, exactly. they yeeted him up out of there quickly.
Yeah, I mean, there's just some lines that you just don't cross.
Yeah, he definitely crossed the line. It's a funny comment, though, kind of, sort of.
It's a comment of sorts.
It's funny in context to who he is. I'll say that. It's not funny in reality. I'll say that.
Right.
I wonder if we start shit talking Scott, if he'll just appear.
I like Scott.
I know. It's just to mess with him.
He did talk a little bit of shit though one time with the masculinity debate. But
wait, what is a masculinity debate? How does that play out?
There was like there was like a masculinity debate that I was going to be going on. And beforehand on Twitter, he's like, why is there a masculinity debate without any men on it? I was like, fuck you, Scott. You piece of shit. It was funny, but still.
Low hanging.
Are we talking about the anarchist dude? Is that,
yeah.
Oh, yeah.
For context,
okay.
for context, I'm one of his boys.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. Nah, he's all right.
Though I don't know if he'd claim me, but I claim him.
Parasocial, I like it.
No, really, but just that's the community on Twitch I'm from. So
he's doing pretty good. Although is he moving off Twitch now mostly? I know he's doing some other stuff.
No.
He's still mostly
no,
on
he's
Twitch?
just focusing. As far as I'm aware, he's focusing more on doing like the YouTube stuff, so he gets better at editing.
Sure.
He's trying to work on his editing.
Yeah.
As well as he. Unfortunately, like they're not getting the a lot of the subscribers that they used to have. They're not like planning on quitting or anything, but they want to work on other avenues so that they have a more diversified base of income.
That makes 100% sense. Yeah.
I was not sorry. I had to step away for a minute. What? Who are we talking about?
Scott.
Fabian Liberty.
He's diversifying.
Oh yeah. Like I haven't talked to him for a bit. I hope he's well.
Yeah.
Okay. Like there's a level where like I can talk to him really well, but there's a level where I feel like he's kind of gone down the crazy train a little bit. Like he's just kind of over everyone and all their shit. No, don't get me wrong, I get it, but like I'm like, dude, you do realize you're the anarchist that's just kind of brought on to like kind of question the narratives that normally people are got on, but like you're still the outlier. You're still gonna have 90% of people just disagree with you, right?
And they can all be wrong.
Like that's fine if you want to go down that. Like that. Like I respect the conviction. I'm just like, look, I'm cool if you're frustrated, but like you understand that you're gonna be frustrated if you're holding the standard that you're not going or like there's just a level of like expectation that I just feel like isn't there, if you know what I mean.
I've seen that issue before where like there's people who are they're really smart, or they have ideologies that are maybe like more difficult to understand or like not as in the mainstream, and the reaction they have to somebody not understanding it is sort of like incredulity of like
credulous.
Yeah, where it's like they just don't they have a difficult time fathoming why somebody just doesn't understand. When it's like, yeah, like obviously when we've thought about it, these ideas seem second nature to us, but not everybody really has thought like, well, actually taxes kind of are theft. Yeah, it makes sense to me. But like that's to most people that's like an alien kind of concept because they're raised in a culture where it's like, no, this is the price you pay.
Yeah. Well, so the problem is like there's a real practicality sense where I get in. It's like, yeah, I can say taxes are theft, like ethically, sure. The problem is it's not really a practical experience. Like you don't have taxes, you don't have a state.
That's true.
Yes.
Fair. like fair. I give you that. It just I'm not like, don't get me wrong. I like libertarians and liberals and anarchists, and I get what they're like ethically at their core arguing about. But there's a point where I'm like, your ethic has to go to die at some point. Like it doesn't work for people. It really doesn't.
Hey, literally, either give us Montana or New Hampshire. We'll take it, and then like you can just tell us to fuck off.
Hey, you've got New Hampshire. We'll only call on
give
you.
North Dakota. Give them North Dakota. We don't need that anymore.
Nah, that's where we got a lot of oil there. We can't let them have that shit.
Oh shit. All right.
And when we have the cheap good insulin and we have like the best weed, you can come get it from us.
Then we'll buy it from you. You know, like laboratory of democracy. Let's go.
Mm-hmm. Or something along the lines.
Just don't come crying for your defense, because we will not send you our police, and if Canada invades you, it's on you.
It's gonna be the nicest invasion in human history.
Well, that's one of the issues, though.
It's like you conquered A.
Wasn't that the issue with like Lieberland, right? Like they got invaded, and they like.
I definitely can't get into like what I was about to say, but especially not on Twitch. But yeah, no. There's lovely PDFs online where you can learn to make lovely things. That's all I'm gonna say. That's all I'm gonna say.
No idea what you're talking about. I don't want to know.
You don't want to.
That's why I'm not going further.
I don't want to know.
I'm not going further. Ukraine and grenade drones is a very interesting concept.
Well, supporting Ukraine's like a good thing, right?
I mean, if you want to support the people, they're like cool. But if like you're like, yeah, the Ukrainian state.
My thought process here, when I say taxes are theft, right? There's a couple ways you can like say this and mean it, I think. One way is the way I do, which is it's a lot softer than I think how Scott means it, is that I'm not necessarily adding any kind of normative aspect to it. I'm not saying that we shouldn't have taxes when I say taxes are theft. What I'm trying to do is like have people realize the gravity of what they're doing, right? I think that's the first thing, because people treat taxes very flippantly, like it's no big deal. Well, how are we going to pay? Oh, we're just going to, how are we going to pay for student loan forgiveness? We're just going to raise taxes. Easy, right? We're going to take more money, no big deal. And I think that if people like at least had like just more of like an understanding of like, no, what you're doing actually is like a moral action, like an action with moral weight, whether you like it or not. I think that people would think about it more as, at the very least, think about it more as to be like, okay, well, hold on, should we really be doing that? Like, is that really like a necessity here, right? Because that's like the first inkling that you gotta like put in people's heads. Like, is this even worth it? Because otherwise, people are just gonna be like, well, of course, it's free money. Why wouldn't we take it?
I mean, there's definitely like a barrier to entry on like the intelligence scale that you need to like start processing these hypotheticals.
I think most people when you run through some like very simple hypotheticals, like you can get them to the point where they'll be like, yeah, you're right, it is theft, but like we need it. That's where most people will get to. And
I agree with that, but you also outlined two sides of the same story, right? Like you talk about the taking of the taxes, and you also talked about the giving of the taxes. Now, the people who are getting the tax benefits, right, are going to be a very different argument from the people who are getting their tax benefits taken. Because most of the United States are not getting their tax benefits taken; they're getting it given. So that even though I think I understand your moral argument there, the United States, most of the people in the United States are not living in that reality.
The reality is that if you make $400,000 a year, if you make less than $400,000 a year, you are probably a net taker from the tax system.
Yeah, that's kind of the issue, right? Sort of. Yeah, no, not sort of. It definitely is.
Unless you count Social Security as not like being part of that system, then everyone's a net payer because fuck Social Security.
Hell yeah. Social Security sucks.
Yeah, so if you're going to make the argument to the general public, you have to understand that most of the general public, they're paying taxes, but in aggregate, they're taking taxes.
No, I understand. Like a lot of people get more out than they put in. And I think that, and this is kind of where I actually think people will say libertarians are selfish. I actually think a lot of people support taxation because, like, they realize they get a financial benefit from it. You know, I think one of the best tests whether or not somebody's system is actually like based on some kind of like genuinely held philosophy is whether or not they are benefiting from their proposals or whether or not they would have a detriment to their proposals. But like I think even then, even if you can get people to at least admit that like it's theft, I think you can get even most net takers will come to that position, right?
If you walk them down the philosophy and spend like a good 48 hours with them, maybe.
I think they'll understand and get the concept and maybe agree with the concept. The problem is the word theft.
I'm just trying to get them on board with the concept at this point, right? Once you at least get them to realize the gravity of race, like that's just what I want. Because, you know, if they say, look, I understand what I'm doing is wrong, but like we need to do it because like of XYZ, we don't want people to starve to death. That's like a whole different argument than like, I want money to go for like, I have this bill from college, and although I'm making $120,000 a year, I want money from this fund. And then if you can hit them with like well, you know, that's like, we already agree that's stolen money. Would you use stolen money to pay off your college bill when you're making that much money?
Yes,
oh,
that's
okay.
going to be the answer. That's going to be the answer. Trust me. Okay. Most people are going to say yes because they're looking to benefit themselves, right?
Yeah, right.
Right, which just goes to the point, like most people don't care, they're selfish.
Look, maybe in the face of like interestedness, like my efforts are futile, but I have faith in humanity.
Good luck.
I don't.
I think people are salvageable.
I think people are good, but when you extract the individual into the higher atmosphere of a society, and not even just a community, but like a state or a country or a society, people get much less interested about what's going on somewhere else. They don't care. You know, that's just a natural human thing to do, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's why I say that argument becomes a lot harder when you're saying, well, what about the person who lives 1,200 miles away from you who's being punished because of your selfishness? And they're like, yeah, well, should have pulled up more bootstraps. Should have had more shoes to pull up. I don't know, who knows? I think that's going to be most people's answer.
I mean, yeah, you can't get people emotionally invested in other people's problems, unless they know that person. Like, it's a futile battle.
Or if you're like the Republican Party and you can weaponize rage culture, you can just make people mad about things. Then you'll mobilize them.
Yeah, but
actually, no, the liberals do too. The left does it too. Let me be.
But like, here's the thing. Like, I'm somebody. Look, so like, my whole job is like invested in the system, and like I support like shrinking government and shrinking like certain legal liabilities, even though I benefit from it. I think it's possible to have people who will oppose their own interests sometimes, like their own financial interests or whatever, in exchange for like moral ones, right? I mean, is this like too hard for people to do?
No, it's not that that's too hard. The problem is that, at least from the research that I've seen, is that only about 20% of people are moral saints, which are people who have conviction enough to make personal sacrifices for their convictions.
20%?
Only 20, yeah. I'm dead serious. There is the majority, 60% of the country that wishes to, or not country, but of people who largely will emulate those who they believe are the saints and will try to follow them, but they do not have the willpower and conviction to actually follow through with it, except in like rare occasions. And then you have the final 20%, which are basically they're not sociopaths, but they're basically amoral.
They're just lizards, right?
They are literally like free riders.
Yeah, like, does this benefit me? Like, if yes, then support. If no, like, yeah. Would these people? I guess these would have been the people who support like these. If they're white, I suppose they would have supported slavery, right? Because hey, I don't, it benefits me. I don't care.
Yeah, to a large degree, yes, but also, excuse me, also to a large degree is that if anyone has watched House of Cards, those people are Frank Underwood.
this is why I don't believe in moral absolutism. I think people are going to just do people things unless you guide them and put a infrastructure around them to make them do the good things. This is why we have laws. This is why we have religions. This is why we have so many moral guardrails for people to make this work. If you don't put those around the people, then they're going to just do whatever the fuck they want to.
Why? Well, here's the real question: why do you want to be around people who are going to like kill, steal, and murder without a system?
Wait, say that again.
Why do you want to be around people that will kill, steal, and murder without a system?
Yeah, if the only thing that's stopping you from murdering me is like a law, I'm not sure I want to spend time around you. Yeah.
But no. The thing is that these people don't exist in that reality where they would just still kill and murder. Because look at the 1800s of the Wild West, right? People were doing all kinds of murdering. You stepped on my land, killing you. You talked to my daughter, killing you. But these are the same people. The descendants of those people live here today. They're not killing people because, but you wouldn't know that unless you put them in that situation. The situation doesn't allow for it. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but like, if I knew that you were going to like murder people, if the government wouldn't like potentially kill you and or put you in a cage, not quite sure I want to do business with you.
I agree with that, but we don't know those. We don't know who those people are because that's not the world we live in.
Sure, but like, why shouldn't we move towards that?
I mean, I guess you should, but I don't know based on what. Like, how do you know who these people are?
I mean, apparently 80% of the population, according to Tiberius.
I was about to say, like, apparently
we're fucked.
So yeah.
I mean, make them take psych tests, or maybe I don't know.
I don't know. I don't know. I think people's actions prove more than anything else. Like, if somebody is like casual enough to steal or like to not put away the grocery cart because they just can't be arsed enough to put it away, like, you know, I don't want to live next to you.
There was actually a study on that. What was that study? I can't remember. Something about the idea of is it? I think it was a moral study. Something about would you put the grocery cart away? Would you put the grocery cart away in the rain? Would you put it away in the snow? See, I'm the type of person. My wife is the type of person who will take something off the grocery counter, not the counter, but the shelf, and then decide like 10 minutes later she doesn't want it and put it on another grocery shelf. That drives me fucking crazy. Don't do that. There is a guy who's getting paid $7 an hour to move your shit around because you're just being lazy. Don't do that. That bothers me. The cart's got to go in the cart thing. Everything has its place and it must be where it is, because if you ain't doing it, somebody else is doing it.
Yeah, so when we create Ancapistan in New Hampshire, and the test to entry will be to watch to see if you fucking put the cart away.
There you go.
Hey, in all fairness, little shit like that really does tell me a lot about somebody. It's like, do you go the extra mile to just do like either the right thing or the thing that doesn't fuck everybody else over?
Yeah. No, yeah, I think that. I don't know. I don't know if that's a good moral barometer. I'm not sure because
no, it's not indicative to like an overall moral health, but it does tell you me at least like to some degree where your moral axioms may lie. Because like again, I'm not perfectly a moral saint, right? Like I have some legitimate criticisms that I can level at myself when it comes to my morality. But number one, I recognize that. More importantly, I recognize where like what my moral axioms are. And when I engage with other people, I recognize also that they do not have the same core moral axioms that I do. And so like there's a level where I'm going to just naturally be disgusted with that, but I can live with that because I need to live with other people.
True.
So what do we fucking do about like this 80% of people who are
you just cut out. Say that again.
What do we do about like these 80% of people that are just like?
So the 60% you can get on board, you can get them on board, but they are like the part that is the hard part for anyone that if you believe yourself to be a saint and trying to steer people in that direction, and like I don't know if I have the ego for that shit, but basically that responsibility is that you have to encourage people to know when to sacrifice and what for. And I mean, hell, even the saintly folks, I don't think have this down 100%. To be honest.
I don't think that. Honestly, I don't think that really much. None of this really much matters. You got to just meet people where they are, and the part of the human project is to bring people on board, into your group or into your community or your society. That's always been the human project, is to integrate people. This is why this is part of the reason why the United States is great, right? Like, we just integrate people with it, and these are people from different ethnic, racial backgrounds, different cultures, different everything, and they all believe very different things, and yet it still somehow functions. So I don't know if it matters if they're amoral or whatever. As long as they integrate into society, they can think whatever the fuck they want.
Well, as long as they can be controlled, really is the question, right?
Also, I don't know
Sure,
if
yeah.
I don't know if I'd call the current United States functioning.
I mean, still the best.
yeah, I'm not going to disagree. It's still the best. But if this is the best,
Yeah, I mean, yeah, we got some human problems. Humans are gonna. What does the mean? Humans gonna human.
problems.
We got some human problems. I mean, like, I would like to think that if the aliens came down here and looked at the current human condition, they'd be like, God dang, they got they got some work to do. They still act like apes.
Yes.
They're apes who can actually build things.
Or rather, can follow instructions to a standard that doesn't get them thrown in a cage.
Yes.
Apparently can't alt tab out. Can you guys hear me?
Now we can.
Okay.
I don't know. I watch a lot of travel channels. People who just go into different countries. Especially like some of the what do you want to call it? Not, I guess first world is not politically correct anymore. I don't know. Whatever not first world is, third world countries, second world countries, etc. Like Venezuela, Brazil, Colombia, Thailand, etc. And it seems to me that most people just get along and are actually overwhelmingly nice in most places. Like, whatever's happening on a global scale or in political scales is not happening in most people's lives. So that that's a positive.
Yeah.
Do you think that there's like which I think there probably is. There is sort of like as we go along, that there the Overton window keeps shifting in one particular way, and it doesn't seem like there's a lot of like. It doesn't seem to me that there is there is a natural endpoint. So you talked before about like people like Vosh being just ridiculous, right? Or other people who just say crazy things, really don't seem to indicate they have any kind of like understanding of like the world or morality, and they're getting into positions of power. And I mean, what, Hassan is probably the biggest fucking streamer on this platform, probably, right? One of the biggest.
He's definitely the biggest person who engages in political comments.
Yeah. So like, not to be like super doomer pilled, but like, are we just fucked, or do we actually have any like hope that things are going to turn around?
No, I think
They
there's
have
plenty
to,
of-
or life will almost not be worth living. To be honest.
I think we feel like that because we're engaged in the spaces that we're engaged in. But again, no, when you go out and talk to regular people, most people don't have strong feelings about the things that we talk about at all. They just either don't care, they're uninformed, or whatever.
And that has to change. Like we are seriously, we are at a point to where if people do not get their fucking act together, the future that we're going to see this world evolve into is going to be an utter hellscape. We're not in a position to where we can just fucking sit on our ass and coast because the prior generations before us were titans, like the Great Generation, or hang out and just, chill because we have, relatively no problems, aka the boomers. We have to realign this bitch, or we're toast.
Yeah, but most that doesn't touch most people's lives in a mean.
How can it not, dude? Like, for real, like, people are paying 73% more than what they were 3 years ago for fucking food.
Because the bread's not so expensive, it can't be bought yet.
Yeah,
Like-
yeah. It's not like
Okay.
we're running out of bread, and it's not like they're running out of. Well, they are.
The
running out of
circuses
bread.
Dude,
are still going.
Look, all right. So here's my thing. Like, I get where you guys are at. I totally get you. I don't think that's what it takes to get here, but I think we are touching the point where we do need to change, or we know we need to change. Because if anyone just reminds folks of this, we got to a point where you couldn't buy shit paper. We have gotten to a point where eggs are 3 times the price of what they were literally a couple months before, right? Things clearly aren't working. Let's acknowledge that they're not working, which I all think we agree on. And now let us like be the people that we need to be, embody the responsibility that we need to have, and fix this shit. Yes, we're going to have to make compromises, and a lot of people aren't going to be on the same page, but it's literally time to act like adults, or we're not going to have nice things anymore.
What you're describing is not the end of the world for most people, though. That's the issue, right? Like the fact that groceries have gone up 2 or 3 times, or I think it's
Dude.
like 30%.
Dude, for real, like, what is it? 1/3 of my generation can't afford a fucking house. Like, how many people are in medical debt still, even after the ACA, who are having to declare bankruptcy in their 40s and 50s to where they now will never have a retirement? Like, for real? Like, it's getting bad. It's
It is
getting real bad.
It's getting bad, but again, you have to put it in relative terms. Relative to what, though? And in America, you got to half the population who are like just pull yourself up by the bootstrap, and the other half who just want to give away everything for free.
Yeah, and the problem is both of them are crashing into the hard reality of truth now, right? So the other folks that are like, oh, pull yourself up by your bootstrap, how many of them now have had a problem to where they're like interacting with family members or friends or colleagues who are now addicted to drugs? How many of these folks are...
Same thing. Yeah. You know,
Yeah, this is real, and people need to stop going with these stupid-ass slogans and talking points and realize we got a problem. And it's like it's just so weird to me. On one hand, we all agree we've got a problem. We all agree it's time to start like fixing shit, but we won't actually do the work to fix the shit. We just turn this into theater.
Like why? Because it was the racist, Nazis on the other side, or it was the trans people on the other side. You can't have a real conversation if that's what you're talking about, and that's what they're all talking about right now.
Like
And
it's just got to stop. Or like how far does it have to go? Because we've seen in history. I can bring it up. We can have another recession. We can have a depression. Right? We can see 1/3 of people out of work. That is possible. We've been there before.
I'm curious, if you had one, Tiberius, if you could select tomorrow one policy to like make law, what would it be?
If I just get one policy,
just get one.
We probably need to shove what was it, $3 trillion we need to shove into nuclear reactors and just build out a whole new energy system that is reliable and consistent.
Put it into nukes, into nuclear energy.
Yeah. Shove that out. If I remember right, it's like $3 trillion. You get about 400 nuclear reactors. You can power the whole country on. It's going to be more expensive than what some folks are used to because it's not going to be as competitive as like, Texas natural gas, right? But it's going to be there. It's going to be consistent, and you're going to solve climate change all in one go. Versus you're not have to worry about the hell that is fossil fuels going further. Like we knock out quite a few problems with that one move.
Did you see that Germany? I think they shut off their last nuclear power plant just recently.
God, I'm so sad for Germany. Like Germany used to be like the up and coming star of Europe, and now I have absolutely no confidence that they're going to be doing well in 10 years.
The interesting thing to me is like they were picking a weird time to do it because like they were just having an issue with their natural gas.
Literally the worst
right?
time. Yeah, literally the worst time. And the only reason like everything hasn't gone to hell, actually there's two. One, apparently they've been able to build out their natural gas facilities. So instead of buying it from the Russians, they're buying it from us, which Osiris is going to love because they're buying that Texas gold, right?
Hell yeah.
But on the other side of that is that they haven't fixed their natural gas problem. And any day that the Americans have a bad hair day, literally bad hair day, haha, that can all come to an end for them. On the other side of this is that they already have the tools to solve their energy problems largely domestically, unless you consider the very front portion of the supply chain for uranium, which is largely sourced out of Kazakhstan. Outside of that, everything else is, something that they had the tools, had the methods to solve 10 years ago. And instead they've dumped it into solar, which doesn't work that much in Germany. And now they are retooling back into natural gas, which they just should have fucking learned is not the thing they need to do.
Yeah, especially with that, like they were just like they got lucky that it was a warm winter.
Yeah, it was warm as fuck.
And it's like you really just didn't learn your lesson. Like, what does disaster need to happen for you to be like, yeah, okay, fine, we can't do it.
Yes, I am now just pretty much sold that Germany does not have a future. That you cannot have incompetent leadership to this degree, which is shocking because the Germans tend to be the best leaders in all of Germany or in all of Europe.
Of course, they're the best in all of Germany.
Yeah, I know.
Besides the Americans, right?
I mean, honestly,
listen.
In all fairness, like the Germans made up for what they didn't have in like in the same way that Americans have like the political and military power. But the Germans had political and economic power, and they really were steering like the EU and Europe into a better future. They're not doing that now. They absolutely aren't doing that now, and I don't think they have the capability.
Why do you think they're not doing that now?
Their leadership just has gone full batshit. They believe in a lot of dumb shit. And it's not working for them. Like, I mean, as much as they hated it, and as much as I hated it, when Trump was talking to them straight up in the UN, like making the speech, it's like, hey, you guys are gonna be like pawns to the Russians. He was not wrong. He fucking said it, and they had the hubris to just laugh him out of the room. Now, I would have been fine if they had come full circle now, and they're like, oh well, we won't admit it, but he was right, and they're gonna change it. They're doubling down.
Right.
These people are fucking detached from reality at this point.
They're absolutely doubling down, yeah.
I mean, natural selection.
Well, I guess Germany is just never supposed to be a great country, which really makes me sad because
they have the best engineers in the world, so there's that.
They're not going to if this rate keeps up. Hell, they don't have kids, and now they're not going to have an economy at this
we'll
rate.
Just export good engineers back to America. We've done this before.
yeah. I mean, we'll just steal the next Otto von Braun, and then Germany will be a second-rate nation again.
I mean, look, here's the thing, though. Here's my black pill mind speaking. The world's going to change, right? Like, we can't maintain the post-World War II order forever. It's been relatively chill. A lot of borders. There's not a lot of borders moving. There's not a lot of real wars happening, quote unquote real. At some point, this is gonna snap, right? Even if it's not a full blown out war because of nuclear.
I was kind of hoping, and I know some people are going to be a little pukey about this one because even as a national pride kind of guy, like I'm definitely in the camp. But the reality here is I was kind of hoping we kind of slowly go more towards like a united, not global government, but something that would be like, hey, all the Westerners with common values would kind of just be on the same team. Like they would unite into a singleized institution. Because quite honestly, if not, then sooner or later, you're right. We were just going to repeat history, to where, oh yeah, the Germans and the French are at it again, ladies and gentlemen. This is round 4, like some stupid shit like that. Like,
what either we recognize 70 years out from World War II? 70, 80 years?
We're basically 80 years out at this point, right?
This is probably the most peaceful time in human history. I just don't think humans are peaceful. Like, I think that we are subject to the same problems that the rest of animal kingdom is subject to. We want territory, we want resources, we're greedy, et cetera.
Oh, this is the part where I get pissed off. We've now absolutely proven that like these territorial ambitions are actually like the things that fuck us all over. Trade and interactivity with each other to where we have more of an interactive system to where we can actually compete economically but not military and geopolitically actually works better. Just like, hey, you know what? If you can't get the thing that you need from the Ukrainians to make your industry run, you can buy it from the Ethiopians. Some shit like that. Like we've... Oh god, I can hear myself again. Oh, hi, hi, Cow.
Sorry, that was me.
But so Tiberius, the question to you is then, we have to recognize that there's the high-minded human brain that got us to where we are. We built pyramids. We put fucking people on the moon, and we're sending probes to Mars, and we're making goddamn iPhones, and then there's a lizard brain. At what like those two things coexist all at the same time?
Right. So, but basically, what this boils down to is that we have the high-minded stuff, so we can have nice politics, and we don't go to war. And then you use your lizard brain, so you can fuck your chick with BDSM. Like that's how this.
Control the lizard brain, Tiberius. We need to control the lizard brain. Do what's best for us.
That was a good retort. I like
have self-confidence,
we need more
self-restraint.
BDSM in the world.
No, less BDSM.
For real, I do not like the BDSM thing. Like, it has strong lizard brain feels to me. But you know what? If that's what I need for fucking like a more peaceful world, like fucking tie me up. Let's go.
No.
No. Can I get that on a T-shirt, please?
Tie me up. Let's go. Yes, I need that on a T-shirt. Let's go.
Ty, I think you're being too pessimistic about
tie me up.
Oh, dude, I am struggling my ass off with depression right now. It is bad. It is really bad.
I think you're underestimating what's been accomplished in Europe.
In
terms of energy, like it's unbelievable, like how quickly they transitioned away from dependence on Russian energy. Like how quickly they built those natural gas terminals to bring in like good old North American LNG, and yeah, like Germany fucked up on nuclear, like there's no question. But like they're replacing the entire fleet in France. The UK is about to expand their nuclear to get to the same levels as France.
Oh wow!
And then they're going to be sharing. They're going to be exporting their nuclear into the European grid. So that means it's going to benefit Germany as well. I don't know. I think the future is looking pretty good for Germany in terms of energy.
Like I feel like there's still enough things to kill Europe as an institution, as an entity, anyway. But
yeah, they're not out of the woods. I mean,
they're definitely not like that, and that's the kicker. Is like I'm super doomer about this shit because it's like half the time I'm seeing them pull Pyrrhic victories. Like if they pull it off, it just seems like they're still doing the wrong thing. And I'm not even trying to be utopian with this. Just like Germany, you had a nuclear program. It was working for you. Like you didn't have an accident. You didn't have all hell break loose. Like you literally saw somebody halfway across the world who was using a nuclear reactor designed for Iowa or Kansas, and they put it in an active tsunami zone. Like, you guys are smart. You'll realize this is stupid shit. Your shit was working. But no. We're just gonna, go into the fear mongering, and then we're gonna say we're actually pro-green and get rid of nuclear, but we're not gonna be pro-green and get rid of natural gas. Like, what the fuck?
Well, that's because natural gas can't be replaced in a lot of ways, because there's an extra step in there that you need to account for, and that is electrification. Like most of the reason they need natural gas is because they use it for heating and cooking and all kinds of stuff, like being piped directly to the homes. You can't replace that with nuclear.
Yeah,
you can't replace that with
no, you absolutely can.
You the only way to do that would be to electrify the homes.
Yes.
To get them off natural gas. You're right, but that takes time. And they're working on it.
Like, wait.
They're doing it at a breakneck pace now, but they only just started doing that because of the war.
To a large degree, and it's like the part number one. Like, I saw this coming. Like, I actually thought we might have been past it, unironically enough, because like the Russians kind of waited too fucking long. But even that being said, a number of these issues have been part of the security apparatus for a while, for the environmental conversation for a while. Like, none of this should have been surprising to anyone, and it fucking took Europe by storm. And I'm just like, guys, what did you think was gonna fucking happen? Like, did you just not listen to the people who fucking knew?
Yeah. Well, I think a lot of it too was that Germany Russia sort of successfully got into the political machinations of various European countries, which was threatening European unity for a while. Like Le Pen in France, you had AfD in Germany, you had the whole Brexit thing, and
AfD is stronger than it's ever been.
Well, it's not that strong.
It's pulling 15% right now. Maybe
yeah,
14.
it is.
Yeah.
It is, but but the other parties are sort of united in opposition against it. Also, Le Pen has lost a lot of power since the Russian invasion. Like, there's a lot more. Brexit has been replaced by regret because it's become sort of an unmitigated disaster for them. And so public opinion is coming around on that. And the Russian invasion has clarified like the European mind, like nothing I've seen. Like, I thought they couldn't unify. I thought like Russia was really going to win this one in terms of like how they were going to disunify Europe and sort of like threaten the EU from within and potentially NATO.
I legitimately
and now I don't
thought-
think that
sorry.
anymore.
Yeah, I legitimately thought that if like Europe didn't get its act together, like NATO would have been gone like within the next couple of years, because like if no one had put up a fight for Ukraine again, right after Georgia, after all this shit, and then all of a sudden the Russians are like, hey, we're going to invade like Estonia or Poland, which is absolutely what I believe they would do. Yeah, like I totally could see even the United States being like, you know what? This is an Eastern European problem. This is not an American problem. We're done. Like, it's particularly France. France has always been critical of NATO.
And Trump was telling his advisors that after he got reelected, he was going to pull out of NATO. That was going to be his next step. So they got really close to being threatened like on a lot of fronts.
Mm-hmm. Well, oh, and by the way, I've made it official. If it somehow ends up being the disgrace to where Biden v. Trump is 2024, I'm openly declaring that I will vote for Biden.
Oh my God. God damn it.
Cringe.
Yeah, well, look, as much as I despise Biden, like the Republicans need to learn, and they've needed to learn for now 2 elections. They needed to learn after the last 2 election cycles that Trump is not a winning candidate. You either need to dump him or you don't have a functioning party that can win a general. And I want to prove that to them.
Here's a good question. I know what I would do. Biden versus DeSantis. Who are you going for?
DeSantis.
DeSantis isn't running.
What are you
Like,
talking
I
about?
don't like.
Well, of course he's running. The Democrats
he's
are
not
all.
running.
They are already like putting out
I think he's
ads
running.
against him.
Like, yeah, they're running. They're making ads against them, but like either he was gonna run, and then like the entire party apparatus has now told him to go fuck himself.
No.
Or, no, seriously, like he's now only popular in Florida, and even now he's starting to get unpopular in Florida.
What? There's no way.
Yeah, he's been making some boneheaded moves.
It's
there.
been
unnecessarily so.
Yeah, the last 2 months have actually been really handing him his ass. Like he pissed off Carnival, to the point where they're not docking in Florida anymore, which is costing a lot of money and jobs. And then you've got
the Disney situation.
The Disney thing kind of got Uno reversed because Disney was able to like write something in the law that absolutely fucked them. And then there's one other major fuck up that he's done recently that I can't think of what it is off the top of my head, but if someone wants to remind me, feel free.
I mean, he was late responding to Fort Lauderdale. He was out campaigning in Ohio and didn't come back. Like he made sure that he got his speaking engagement done. And so he got a little bit of bad press there for that. I don't know what effect that's having. It's too soon to know.
Yeah, that's more of like a Ted Cruz kind of thing. At least he was already there, not actually like, he didn't leave for it in the middle.
Right, he didn't leave as the flood happened or whatever. Yeah, that would have been worse.
What it does come down to is that like a lot of people liked him because he was actually hands off when it came to COVID, when it came to this stuff, and then a lot of people are pissed off in Florida at Disney. But then he botched the landing, and then like he's actually now costing people jobs. That will absolutely turn people against you. It's like, look, if you need to hit my job for a reason, like people might float that, or I'm sorry, not their job, but somebody else's job. But whenever they see it, it's just like you're just doing it just because you're in a pissing match with somebody. That doesn't sit well with voters, and I don't blame them on that one.
And at the end of the day, like the Republican Party is a corporate party. And they're the party of Wall Street. They always have been.
They always
the
been
question
since the
was
30s.
whether or not they have been since Lincoln. Like that's one thing about the party that's never changed. Like it's flipped on a lot of things, but not on the fact that it's like a corporate party. Like that's always been the case. And I understand that Trump like kind of fucked with that, but that was supposed to be a one-off. And the thinking was that DeSantis was going to get all that corporate backing sort of by default because they don't want another round of Trump. They want somebody who's going to look out for their interests. But then he starts declaring war on like corporation after corporation.
Right.
And then it becomes clear that, he's not our friend. And so they're going to back Biden again if it's DeSantis.
Like I've said this for a while. Not only does the ideologies make sense to where like the Democrats are going to be the corporate party, but what it really does come down to is that the Republicans, for almost like the vast majority of the people now in that party, whether it be voters or the people that are like establishment members, are now largely either anti-corporate or corporate skeptical. Like Trump, the one thing Trump really did is that he did help put up a lot of folks that were absolutely anti-Wall Street.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, the one thing he did was the 2017 tax bill. Like, but then once he did that, there was like, okay, there's no more upside to Trump now. Like we used him for the one thing he could do, and now he's kind of like more of a liability. And now DeSantis is proving to be the same thing. So I don't know, like within the party. I mean, I think they would rather have a corporate Republican than a Democrat, obviously, because of taxes and stuff like and spending, and regulations. But the downsides that come along with those two candidates, I think, are going to cause a lot of that corporate money to go to the Democrats. And I think that they're going to have to find some third alternative within the party to support for the primary. And it won't be enough because it'll be Trump, because he's got overwhelming support within the caucus. But the corporate Republicans are going to have to pick somebody. Like, I don't know, Chris Christie.
No.
I don't know.
Nah. They're fucking hosed. And I
Yeah.
would love, like, I've said Dan Crenshaw needs to run. I can't get anyone to go with me on this, and it sucks. But I think he's really about one of the only few people that can actually pull it off. I'll vote for Haley, but I don't think she's going to pull it off. I've got very little enthusiasm for that one.
Right.
I mean,
Yeah. So that's the
Kool-Aid,
question.
so-
Like, who can consolidate? You'd have to consolidate everybody under one banner to stand a chance against Trump at all. And that's not going to be the case. So that means there's going to be like
I don't
15
know about
Republicans
one.
splitting the vote against Trump.
I don't know about this. I think they've actually learned some lessons from what the Democrats did in 20.
No, you can actually beat Trump. So here's the thing, Trump in the primary is probably gonna pull
45%.
45, yeah, about 45% of the support. You just need to find somebody who is much more palatable, because I don't think the Republican Party itself likes Trump. I think there's new voters and people who don't typically engage with the system who like Trump a lot. They're fervent. They're on their shit about that shit. With the rest of the actual Republican Party that typically engages, that's
The
not
party,
true.
the old part of the party apparatus hates Trump. Excuse me, what's wrong with me? They absolutely despise him, hate him. They think he's the true rhino. The problem is a lot of them got kicked out because you have a lot of folks who are like Josh Hawley and whatnot, who are not only are they elected, but they bring in their staffers and shit. And so a lot of these older school Republicans have lost a lot of their friends. Now, on one side, this is where I have hope. I think they've seen enough of their friends go and enough of their allies go that they now know this is a knockdown, drag-out fight, and they have to ante up. What I don't know is if they actually are going to figure out how to mobilize someone palatable enough to win. Because
I haven't seen that fire. I haven't seen that fire in anybody.
These people are usually
knockdown,
pretty-
drag out. Like, I haven't
Yeah.
seen that.
These people are usually really reserved. So and they play their cards to their chest. I absolutely see, I absolutely see, them like just Trojan horsing somebody, but I don't know who that's gonna be.
I think the Republican Party should nominate Spike Cohen.
I think it was if Trump's gonna get dethroned, it's gonna be like kind of like what Obama did. And basically, there's gonna be a new racehorse in the race. He's gonna come in. He's gonna wow the fucking people with his whatever, his charisma and whatever.
I hope it's a chick.
You hope it's a
Like,
chick.
yeah, I hope it's a chick. And actually, I would love it to actually be Haley, but I just don't know, because the one thing that I absolutely agree with the left on as a criticism of the right, I don't think they're as remotely as racist as they claim, but I think they're absolutely as sexist as they claim to be.
Who is the left or the right?
The right is hyper sexist towards women. I think that's absolutely there.
I mean, I think
I
there's
think both sides are, to be honest with you, but yeah.
Yeah,
I
well,
mean-
the left is sexist. They're just sexist towards men.
I don't think they like women that much either. I don't think the regular voter likes women as much as they say they do.
I mean, Democrats have been nominating men like every nominee's been a man except for one.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think the virtual signaling should be detached from the reality, because I don't believe them. I just don't believe them. Like there are the vocal people who are that say that this is what they want, but when it comes down to an actual election, that's not what they vote for ever.
Yeah, and I think in terms of the Republicans, like whatever the intention of many Republicans, the base itself wants a white man. And so if you want to bring the base along with you, that's like who you need. So I think that's Haley's problem. I think Haley could win a general.
Yeah,
she
can win a
absolutely
general.
could win a general.
Yeah, she can't.
Remember
She
when
win a
Colin Powell
primary.
was up for?
Yeah, exactly.
Remember when Colin Powell was up, and he was one of the lead people to actually be a front runner for the president.
Yeah.
Did he ever even run?
No, he didn't run.
No, he didn't run.
Yeah.
He refused to. Well, his wife wouldn't let him run, basically. But
That's what he said,
I don't think he
so.
wanted it anyway.
Yeah,
But he also knew like what would happen as a black man if he ran for president. Like he was very
scrutinize the
popular
fuck out of
still among the general electorate, but there's no way. I don't think he could have won a primary even back then.
What year would he have been able to run in, or would have run in?
2008.
Yeah.
Oh
that
my
was
God!
during
Could you
Obama
imagine
time.
Powell versus Obama?
Yeah,
as
that was
the
Yeah.
that was going to be the thing.
Yeah.
And this is when the GOP
He didn't run in part because of Obama.
And this is when the GOP remember they recognized their what is the word? They recognized their pitfalls. They were like, hey, we need to get the Hispanic voter, we need to get black voters before Trump, and this is how we're gonna go about it. They could have ran Powell in a very at least contested race, but no. Then Trump,
in all
Trump
fairness,
blew all that
like
shit up.
in all fairness, in 2008, like I don't know if there was any chance a Republican could win. Like Bush tarnished the name for a bit there.
We're having a moment globally. Like if you look at, Australia just had its last like state election. So in the last year, the coalition there, their conservatives, they lost federal government and they lost control of every single state on the mainland. Like every single state on the mainland is now run by Labour. And in the UK, they're still hanging on, but they're on their fourth prime minister, and the party's incredibly unpopular. Like Labour's expected to flip that one as well, or at least I shouldn't say Labour is going to flip it. I'd say the Tories there are going to flip it away from themselves because they're that unpopular, and Brexit has become that unpopular. In Canada, it's like, same thing. Like the Conservatives are just treading water. It seems like the right sort of is on the retreat in the West, just about everywhere.
The problem with that is that the left is not on the offensive. They're on the retreat too. So we have two. In my opinion, it seems like we have two retreats. Because
yeah, it's just that the right is imploding everywhere. It's not that the left is all that attractive. It's just that I mean, because this base problem, like this was exported from Europe. Like the right has been this way in Europe for a long time, and it's finally spread to the United States. It's spread into Australia and into Canada and all of that. And now we all just look like the European right. I mean, the conservatives there look, all over the place, look like the AfD and Le Pen.
This is the part where I absolutely agree with Osiris, though. Like the left, almost everywhere, isn't doing that well either. Like,
right.
like Macron's barely holding on. Like Labor, has escaped.
Well,
Jeremy
Macron's
Corbyn.
not on the left.
Okay, he's centrist, but like he's not
Yeah.
leftist. But like he's a liberal, and that's what that country needs really fucking badly right now. But whatever.
Yeah.
And then you got
to extract that out though. It seems like that because you're seeing the right retreat and as we outlined the other side of retreat is that you get a lot of disenfranchised voters. Like I think that most of us feel like I don't identify with the right or left because I think they're both ridiculous. So what you get is effectively more swing voters, and I think that's where we're at now. We're in a free for all. This is why we're not seeing the monotonous left right elections as we used to. I mean, we are, but it's much more fevered, whatever.
Well, I think the thing that saves Macron, you don't see it now because it's not an election year, but the thing that saves Macron is, everybody hates Macron, but the left hates the right more, and the right hates the left more, and Macron's just like,
all right,
the only thing that stops the other side. It's the same thing, and that's what saves. It's the same thing that saves the Liberals in Canada, is that they're in between the NDP and the Conservatives. So Trudeau just keeps winning, but Trudeau's not popular. Like he's upside down in popularity, just like everybody else.
Yeah, we live in such a horrid time. It's just like no one likes our leaders, but we can't vote for anyone better because we don't trust anyone to do anything right. It's just it's so bad.
I think the more important narrative is not that we don't like our leaders. I think that's a side effect. It's a symptom. We don't trust institutions at all. That's the problem. I think that's the real problem.
I'm an elitist. Of course, I trust the institutions. They have problems, but most people don't anymore. Unless y'all need to get off Facebook. Like it's bad. It's bad for you. Twitter's bad too.
The economy was lost in 1913.
I have noticed that, like on Twitter, because I didn't use Twitter before Elon bought it, but then he bought it, and so I'm like, hey, I'm gonna do my part, support the tech bro, right? And one of the things I noticed is that people are like a lot meaner on Twitter than they would be otherwise. And I think a huge part of just the way the reason for that is just like you can only express yourself in like so many words because there's like a word limit, right? So
128 characters.
Yeah, and so
not anymore. You can pay to have that word limit lifted.
Oh yeah.
Really?
If you're a blue check.
Capitalism. Let's go.
Okay, but no, people aren't doing that, so people are still going to be dicks because they want to express themselves in as few words as possible, right?
Yeah, I mean, social media has that's a whole conversation. Social media has, I think social media is a net. Oof, hold on, let me think about that.
Yeah, think about that before you say it's a net positive.
No, I was gonna say a net negative. No, I was gonna say a net negative.
Okay,
I think about the Arab Spring and some of the organizing that's been done in various places through social media. But I still think it's a net negative on the human psyche.
The research seems to indicate that as well.
Yeah. And I think that we need. I think all governments need to come to grips with the idea that, like, we outlaw certain drugs, we regulate certain drugs, and I think that social media is something that should be put into the drug category, at least effectively, if not as a conditioned drug. It's not obviously not a condition. It's not a drug, but we should treat it as such. Because people are not treating it responsibly, and the corporations are not treating it responsibly. The amount of information that's come out on how Facebook has tuned their algorithm to absolutely fuck us. It's alarming. I don't think Twitter has done this. Not that I've seen. Matter of fact, I think they've been in the reverse. But even in its purest form, social media is fucking the general public in ways that we're not anticipating and we're not controlling for. At least if we're gonna have them exist, at least control for them.
I actually think, believe it or not, I think Facebook is one of like the better ones just because their age demographic is older. I think it's particularly pernicious when you like get kids addicted to something.
Okay, I get that. The problem is the older folks are
Oh
bad.
no, they're the worst. Yeah, they're the
Yeah,
worst.
no,
It's
they're
okay,
the ones
it's
who are voting.
okay, it's-
They're the voters.
Listen,
They're the worst people.
look, okay, if this is like a broader criticism of like democracy, 100% on board. Democracy sucks, right? People, stupid people vote. It's a problem, right? Smart people should get more votes than dumb people, unironically.
Except for all the others.
But like, I don't know, like.
It's bad across the board. I'll go with
Technocrat
that.
confirmed.
And the
More like
the
a
problem with-
hardcore, like constitutional technocracy. I think like you should never have somebody be
hey.
able to vote away someone's rights.
All right, say it with me. Service guarantees citizenship.
No, not quite.
I don't think you should get citizenship if you get paid to go fucking murder kids. Like,
Damn,
That's
there's a take.
Hey, he's part of Scott's community. That's what they all believe over there.
Oh my. Oh, okay.
Mur-
I didn't realize you were that far off the deep end. How dare you?
well, you can say I'm
By the
off,
way, the
you can
United
say I'm off the deep end, but when I'm sitting back on my floaty, it looks like all of you ages are hanging by nooses.
Hey, in all fairness, I respect that because sometimes I wonder if I just need the world's biggest ego check. But I'm gonna. I guess I'm just gonna continue to think I'm right until I get that ego check.
By the way,
That's what
US
happened with
military
me,
is probably
like-
the largest employer in the United States of young people.
What is?
United States military.
Yep,
It's the
it
largest
is
employer.
Oh, that
Yeah,
makes
the
sense.
army. The army is this like the single largest employer, I believe. Like, out of all of like the organizations that you can call like an organization, the
I thought it
army
was
is the
Wal- I
biggest.
thought it was Walmart.
No,
No, not even close. No.
no.
Sure.
No.
Walmart's got a lot of people.
Yeah,
See,
well,
because
I
here's
think
the-
people, but
here's
it
the
is
thing.
the
Pretty sure
United
it's
States
hold up,
military.
hold up. I'm pretty sure it's actually the biggest public employer right now.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Walmart's
'cause
the biggest
here's the other
public
thing.
employer.
You have
Walmart.
to also have to realize.
Or not public,
not-
private
it's-
employer. What the hell's wrong with me? I'm sorry.
Oh, what? Oh,
No
Walmart,
worries.
yeah, probably.
If
You
Bosch
also
had
have
his
to
way.
realize. You also have to realize, like, with it's not just like the active duty personnel; it's also like all the GS people,
Yeah.
all of the contractors, all of the support personnel. They're all all on the payroll.
All
Oh,
the
it's
people that we
huge.
pay 3 times the price to have something that a grunt can do. Got it.
Yes.
Wasn't there like some scandal where like what the coffee mugs were $800 or something for the Air Force? It was.
Yeah, that's just budgeting. Like, they're spending money to budget so that they keep the budget.
What do they call that? There's a name for that.
Earmarks? Is that it?
It's where they're just like, oh yeah, we're gonna spend $50,000 on toilet seats, right? It's just like obviously not real, but like they're using it for the black budget. Like there's a name for it. I can't remember what it is.
I don't. I
I know
don't
what you're
remember the
talking
name.
Bull,
but I
it's
remember-
called bullshit. That's the word you're looking for. Yeah.
I mean, it kind of is, but there's
Yes.
like, I kind of get why they do it too. Like NatSec's a big deal.
Well,
I remember when
the
I was
whole-
when I was a kid, and I used to go to my mom's job. My mom and dad were both in the military, and I used to go to the command center. Apparently, if you steal the pins from the command center, you've you've committed a federal crime, and those pins are worth X amount of dollars, hundreds of dollars. So like, because the pins are also marked federal government property, et cetera, et cetera. I'm like, that's
Dude, I'm
The
that,
only-
I'm
the
that
only-
asshole that forgets pens all the time, dude, and walk away with them.
That's
I'm gonna be
federal crime.
fucking
Don't forget
locked
the
up,
pen.
dude.
The
Yeah.
only pins that I'm aware of that are actually worth that kind of money are the pins that like the president used to sign in a law. Like that's the only thing that I'm aware that are that expensive.
Yeah.
Okay, that's one good thing Trump did because he replaced those pens with Sharpies.
Did he really?
Yeah.
Wait,
Yeah,
actually?
Gotta be.
Yeah, he had Sharpies like,
Make
you know,
Sharpies great.
printed up or whatever, like with the presidential seal on them or whatever. But it was like way cheaper than whatever they were using before.
Fuck you.
Because
we
he
use
loves
now.
Sharpies, like he just likes to use Sharpies. So he just made so the White House like saved a bunch of money because he switched to Sharpies.
That's sick as hell, dude.
Fucking
Yeah.
funny as hell.
Yeah.
You know what? Fuck
That's
like, it
DeSantis.
just makes
I'm
you
back
feel
on
like-
board.
For Trump's good, yeah.
Like his eating a McDonald's and use of Sharpies does make me feel
Yeah,
like this
yeah,
man
yeah.
has no class.
No, this man
Yeah.
is an American.
Right.
Okay, this is an American
shut the fuck
through
up, all right?
and through. This man.
Can we wash our hands of this prick?
This
Like,
guy
I'm dead-
understands me. Okay, he
I
uses
hate
Look, he's an
Sharpies.
asshole, and I'm glad to be rid of him. But I have no problems with his McDonald's and Sharpies like moves.
Yeah, dude.
It's like
That
you
was-
could, like I
that was
would
good.
I would have felt okay if he had some Applebee's or some shit, but it's fucking
Yeah.
McDonald's. God damn it! Why is my country?
But they
like
asked the
this?
kids. They asked the kids, and they were like, "No, it was good."
Of course
like
it was good. His McDonald's is fucking delicious, of course. And they're athletes too, so they can
McDonald's
basically
is-
eat
no,
whatever they want
guy,
and still look good.
Look, McDonald's is overrated. Like let's
is.
let's be real here. If we're having a
but
conversation
kids
on
like
like
it.
yeah, well look, if we're having a conversation on the real fast food, it's Wendy's. She is the queen. Like she's got this.
Wendy's is pretty
Okay.
good. Yeah.
Until they start doing the Frosties better.
Man, as a Texan, you know, I have to say Whataburger.
I don't even know what that is.
That's Cope. It only exists in Texas. Like,
Oh, it's one of
Yeah.
those like nationalistic. Oh, look, we got it.
it's not a national chain. It's one of the. It's like it's like a HEB. Yeah, like Whataburger
Yeah, there are a
is just
few Whataburgers outside of Texas, but most
Now.
the vast majority of them are in Texas.
Yeah, like Whataburger's like HEB. Yeah, they're great companies. I've got no problem with them, but the problem is they're just Texan, and like you can't go for the number one when you're only competitive in Texas, gents. I'm sorry. At least, like, hey, in all fairness,
Wait. Texas is its own country, and we don't even.
That's
care
what they
about
said
the
about
rest
it
of
and out.
yeah,
We don't care about the rest of
Crimea
the United
River.
States.
Like, hey, look, just learn from Bucky's, and go throughout the South, and then you can claim. All right.
Nah, fuck that. You know what?
Listen,
Texas is
if
the
you've
only real
never-
country that we need to worry about. America is number 2. Texas is number 1. This is facts.
Oh, well, Cyrus, you'll get this. There is actually something better than Whataburger, and it's only in North Texas. I mean, not only, but it's like it's a big feature of North Texas, and that's Brahms.
Say it again. Brahms?
Brahms, yeah, Brahms.
Oh, I don't know that one. Oh.
Well, oh, you don't? Okay.
Are you even a real
That's
Texan? What the fuck?
That's good.
Apparently not.
You guys remember Ernest, like Ernest Goes to Camp and all that stuff?
Yeah.
Those old movies, like that started out as a Brahms commercial.
Oh.
God, you guys
that
are old.
character
about
did.
that one.
Yeah, great
I
burgers.
mean, to be
yeah.
fair, he said only in North Texas. There's that. I live in Central.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Base is under attack.
There might be some Brahms down in Central Texas.
How do you spell it?
Let's hold on. Let's see. It's
BROMES.
no BRAUM.
Oh wow.
Apostrophe
Okay,
S.
so full German. Got it.
Additional supply.
Oh,
yeah. It's a German
Oh,
thing.
wait,
yeah,
the ice
which is
cream
why
place?
it's a
Off the
yeah,
Yeah, no, I've seen this. Yeah. Okay. I wasn't.
yeah.
I didn't get what you were saying.
Best
All right.
burgers, best fast food burgers in Texas. Like
haven't-
that,
no, I haven't
not
actually
counting
been
fast casual. Like Five Guys is better, but like for a fast food joint, yeah, Brahms is the best.
Well, that reminds me. Do we have a Five Guys around here? Fuck. Like
Five
I
Guys
need
is
to-
ridiculous, dude.
I hear
Yeah,
Five
Five
Guys
Guys is impossibly good.
Okay, I hear Five Guys is like the king, but the problem is there are just not enough places. But yeah, I gotta go an hour. I gotta go an hour to get one. That sucks.
Oof. Yeah, I mean, they kind of. I think their shtick is they make a homemade style burgers, like big ass burgers with big ass pickles and big ass tomatoes and all that shit. Lots of cheese.
Yeah, their shtick is that they'll put like the thing of fries in your bag, but it's overflowing, so like the bottom of your bag is like full of fries too.
Yeah. It's like,
Like they give you way too many fries.
It's
their
trying to
whole
replicate home style, or not home style, but like local, like a local burger joint, but in a fast
Right.
food chain. That's kind of what they're trying to do there. And it works pretty well. I like it. It's and for me it's a little ridiculous. I can't eat that much beef in hamburger. Like fuck that.
I need to go. I need to go get this. I have
Yeah.
desires now. Like damn it.
Yeah, it is. It's good.
Hey, just DoorDash it.
Yeah, just like hey, here's a $60 tip. You know.
Yeah, there you go. Now look. I mean, the fact of the matter is, the real truth is, the unironic truth is, that Texas is the best state in the union for various reasons. This is only fact. Can't contest it. It's not to be argued over. Truth. We have no state.
Okay, there's a
taxes.
Browns in Hillsborough.
That's not.
That's
close
about as
to me,
close
but
to Central. That's about as close to Central Texas.
yeah,
as
I
it
mean
gets.
that's Central Texas-ish, but not
Yeah,
exactly
yeah.
close.
Right. Yeah. So yeah.
I mean, everything's far in Texas though, so there's that.
Yeah, that's true.
Yes. Like the Texas Triangle is not that damn big.
It's pretty big. Like it's 3 hours from here to San Antonio, and I live in the middle of between Dallas and Austin. It's an hour and a half.
No. Colleen and Temple is in the middle. You are not in the middle. You're still in North Texas, dude.
No. Well, okay. No.
Yes.
Wait.
Yes.
It depends. No, because hold on. So what do you wait? So there's the uninhabited part of Texas, right? West. Everything west of 35 is pretty not much inhabited. So if you look at the things that people actually care about, Dallas, Austin, San Antonio, and Houston, we are the heart of Texas. This is literally called the heart
Triangle.
of Texas.
No, it's the Texas Triangle. Like it is a thing. You are more towards the center of the Texas Triangle. Like don't get me wrong, you're off towards one of the sides, but yeah.
Right. This is called Central Texas and the heart of Texas, because everything else, the west part, those are different people. Those are absolutely different people.
And Waco used to be the big city, like in Texas, until the train went to Dallas instead of Waco, and then that killed Waco.
Yeah, Waco has a lot of deprecated train tracks and shit going on there. But it's currently rebuilding into a very different economy. There's a lot of money going through Texas right now. I'm not really sure where it's coming from, which kind of bothers me. But as a homeowner,
big oil.
Is that what you think it is?
It's big oil, and then it started with big oil. It's now it then evolved into actually green tech, because even though Texas has tried to kill it, green shit is profitable in Texas. They can't. It's out competing even with a stacked deck.
Texas is so blessed on everything, like oil, gas. Like they had that big find in like Permian Basin a few years ago. That's just revived the industry in Texas, like hardcore. And then we're in the middle of the wind corridor and the Sun Belt at the same time. Like and Tesla's here. Like fuck.
We have a Tesla here in Waco, right outside of Waco too.
Your winters are nice, but your summer you just can't go outside in.
No, wait. No. So you can't go outside in Arizona as a human being, because that's just impossible when it's 130 degrees outside, right? But in Texas, the typical temperature in Texas is probably about 98 to 99 degrees. You can survive that. You'll be okay. You just got to get used to it.
Nah, dude. All right, I'm gonna pull a racism here, but my white ass cannot survive that.
But Dallas. I lived downtown for a while. And Dallas has a series of tunnels underneath the city. So people go like from building to building, or they'll go home if they live downtown, like in one of the lofts or whatever. They'll go to work like without ever being outdoors. They'll just be going through those tunnels.
That's the thing, I guess.
Yeah. We're underground dwellers in the summer. We just don't like to go outside.
That's pretty based, actually.
Yeah.
No, I mean 98 degrees is not bad. So here's the thing I learned in the military. It takes about 2 weeks for your body to acclimate to a new climate, and so like you can go to Alaska and acclimate to that in 2 weeks. So you can go to Texas, which is not the hottest state in the South, and acclimate to that, which is the typical temperature in the summertime is 98. Like I said, 98, 99 degrees. Whereas New Mexico and Arizona, they have ridiculous. So it's not as bad as you think it is. It seems bad, but you know what? It's just the same way as if we get snow. That seems bad because that's not something we're used to.
Yeah, you are deprived on the snow thing.
Deprived,
as much as I think snow sucks.
Blessed. I'll go with blessed. We're blessed on not having the snow. Yes.
Oh, we've got Colorado for that.
Sure. We don't need the snow. Fuck the snow. Snow's bad.
Colorado's our vacation town.
So Denver?
Yeah, that's the place to go in the. Actually, that's the place to go in the summer. It's the place to go in the winter too.
How do you even get to Denver from DFW? a second here. I gotta try that.
It's a bit of a drive, but also a lot of people now make it in order to get the pot. So it's kind of like a 2 for now.
It's a 2 for 1.
Yeah, go on a ski trip, or escape the heat in the summer, and go get yourself some weed. Actually, no, like now in North Texas, people go to Oklahoma for that because they've got medical.
This is such a bad drive. Most of this drive.
No, it is.
Yeah,
but it's also Route 66. Like it's got a lot of like tourist traps in there.
Just
for
that little bit of I-40, like that. Maybe that's about
Yeah.
it. Like literally, like the route that you would take, or at least that this thing's pulling up for me, is literally like the theorized I-45 expansion.
Yeah, but at this point, if you're in Dallas, you'll just go to Oklahoma for your weed.
Real quick, guys, I gotta bounce. Really, thank you guys for coming in and just chatting. And yeah, whenever I'm in here I'm gonna try to do this every Sunday. Just pop on in and
anything for a Swedish model.
If just chat it up. That's what I like.
Yeah.
Good shit.
Yeah, no, we're holding you hostage.
I'm
gonna keep using you for free legal advice.
That's fine. That's fine.
I'm gonna bounce out of here myself because I need to get ready for bed.
I gotta work tomorrow. Yeah.
All right.
I feel like this weekend just
y'all,
blew
Take
by.
care. Take care.
Yeah, I'm not working until 4 in the afternoon tomorrow.
Oh.
I was gonna tell Tiberius
brag
to have
about
an
it.
open panel because you got a bunch of people in the chat who are regulars.
I said open panel in my thing, and then nobody came, and then
I think Jeremy showed up.
yeah, I guess I did. And I forgot to actually delete that message after we jumped in here.
All right, everybody. Thank you guys so much for sticking around. I thought it was a fun time. We got some good chats in. Talked with some people. What we are going to do, well, the first thing I wanted to say is if you enjoyed the content and you like panel debates and you like StarCraft or other games and just chatting about politics and modern day things, consider giving me a follow. That way you can see when I stream. And that's the best way to catch this content. That being said, the stream has come to a close today. So for all of you who tuned in, thank you so much. What we're going to do now is raid on out into Stardust. I don't know what Stardust is doing, but hopefully it's fun. So we'll do that, and I'll catch you guys next time.